Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Oh my goodness, 98? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
He has to give it. Mate! He blew it mate!
The chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. Two established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. Two more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello, and it's round 3 of Norway Chess, and I can feel it in my fingers. It's going to be another electrifying day of chess as the world's finest players gather here in the magnificent playing hall in Stavanger. It's going to be another great day of action. All I can say is buckle up and let the games begin. I'm your host, International Master, and it is a great pleasure to be here in the studio calling all the action alongside the legendary Super Grandmaster Judith Polgar. And of course, we have regular Grandmaster David Howell in the studio with us.
Good to be here, Ivanka.
My pleasure, David. And Judith, yesterday it was such a dramatic day. Who impressed you the most?
It was an amazing day, I must say. I will remember that day for a long time, I believe. But if I have to pick one game, I would say that it was very special for me to see the underdog Tari completely outplaying Abdusattorov, who is the great talent. And because the opening was just so crazy that I couldn't believe that it's really standing on the board. So that was one of the most interesting games for me.
And for you, David, were there any surprises?
I'm not sure about surprises, just drama. Just the fact that there were brilliancies on the board, as Judith mentioned, blunders on the board everywhere. For me, the highlight was potentially that Armageddon game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, where Magnus was in deep, deep trouble, but managed to turn things around when he really needed to and pull his first points out of the bag in the tournament.
And yes, he did get onto the scoreboard. And let's take a recap of yesterday's results. And after 2 days of chess, it's a lot of excitement. And there we can see Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Well, it was Magnus Carlsen that walked away with those important points after winning in the Armageddon. But there were a lot of surprises and a lot of decisive results in the classical portion. Anything that caught your eye, Judith?
Oh, there are a lot of things, as I mentioned before. But for example, for me, it was exceptionally interesting how Magnus outplayed in a second from a very bad position Wesley So in the Armageddon. I mean, that was really incredible to follow how fast and it was a shock for me that it seemed so easy for Magnus to win out of a very bad position.
Yeah, that was an incredible game. And David, what about these results? Did anything surprise you?
Well, I'm not sure about surprises, but just the number of decisive games. We've seen 5 decisive games out of 10 so far in the first 2 rounds in the classical portion. That's a quite high percentage at this elevated level. And of course, the Armageddons have led to a lot of entertainment there. And maybe what surprised me has been how the players have struggled to adapt to the different time controls. Often we do see the panic set in at quite an early stage.
Yes, and one person who did walk away from round 2 with a big smile on their face was Hikaru Nakamura, as he defeated Gukesh in their classical encounter with the black pieces. After the game, he caught up with our reporter Sverre, and let's find out his thoughts.
That was quite a hectic finish to this game, Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very strange game, but I think, you know, we both had chances. At some point, well, you guys saw me go in the box. I mean, basically, in the opening, I decided to play the c takes d4, which I suspect is slightly dubious, but it creates an isolated pawn position, which I think means there are going to be more chances for either of us to win the game, because there's an imbalance. And I thought Gukesh played great. I thought a4 was a very good move. I think maybe bishop b1 wasn't right. I have a feeling, again, from the confessional box, like, I have a feeling I'm going to look at this, and there was like a moment of like 2 to 3 moves where probably he had a couple ways that were winning, but in human play, at least, I don't think we would figure it out. I mean, you guys know, was it winning for White?
Not at that point, no.
It wasn't. But it was winning at some point, right?
Well, to be honest, I didn't catch at that moment. But I did, though, see your confessionals where even though it wasn't making a huge computer difference at that point, it did change the dynamic somehow. How does that change? I mean, going into being a player in a super tournament, a commentator, and a streamer at the same time?
Yeah, well, I mean, the good thing is there's a lot of time to think, a lot of time to talk and do all these things. But yeah, I think in the game, I mean, the thing is, it was probably like, I felt like for a couple of moves, he had his chances. When he didn't take advantage of his chances, then it started going the other way. And I mean, I don't think I was ever like much better, but then as we started getting low on time, I got the sense that Gukesh really wanted to play on and not make a draw. And I just kept finding moves. And of course, then much like the last couple of days, I found a way in this time scramble to make it very, very messy. I mean, I think there should have been a clean way to be close to winning. And then, I mean, I allowed this bishop e2. I was very lucky I had queen e4. After the game, we were talking about this bishop f1 move, which is also a possibility. But it started spiraling wildly out of control. But, you know, considering yesterday the luck wasn't on my side when I very clearly should not have lost the Armageddon game to Wesley, it all balances out.
Thank you so much for great entertainment. And just as a clarification, you don't have to write notes at the end.
You don't, but you're getting 10-second increment. I mean, those.
Yeah, it would have to be a half a minute for you to have to write.
Really? Okay, that's news to me. I thought it was 5 seconds, but okay, whatever. It's all good. Yeah.
And there we see Hikaru talking about fighting chess, things getting out of control somewhat in the game, and perhaps surprisingly, not knowing the rules. He doesn't need to notate.
Well, I hope that the other players also will get an information like this, because now Nakamura has an advantage. But it happens time to time, and of course it's very difficult to follow all these different time controls, and I think it's very difficult to change your mindset also, especially that the players, when they reach down to seconds, they know here that there's no extra 15 minutes for the rest of the game. No, they have to live with these seconds only. So probably the routine that they are writing the moves, it's still there. So even if they know, maybe some of them can forget about this because it's just the tension is so high.
Yeah, and what about you, David? What did you make of that interview?
I'm not surprised that Hikaru wasn't familiar with the rules. The players have to adapt now to so many different time controls. Every tournament, it's a different time control. And yeah, players have never read the regulations. I remember in Norway Chess one year, Magnus Carlsen lost on time. He allowed his clock to run out against Topalov because he hadn't read the rules. He assumed he would get more time, and that wasn't the case. So it's not the first time that's happened, and Hikaru should be glad that he knows now for the future.
He certainly does. It's certainly knowledge gained. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds of Norway Chess. And we can see right there at the top, it is Fabiano Caruana. He won 1 classical game and also 1 game in the Armageddon, and that takes him up to 4.5 points out of 6. And then we have Hikaru Nakamura and Norway Abdusattorov chasing down that small lead with 4 points out of 6. But if we work our way down to the bottom of the table, we can see that Magnus Carlsen there on 8th place with just 1.5 points out of 6. He definitely needs to start winning some games in the classical section. And talking about classical section and talking about today's matches, there is a big one coming your way. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing with the white pieces against none other than Magnus Carlsen, and that is probably the biggest match so far. But Judith, what other matches catch your eyes?
Well, indeed, of course, Hikaru Magnus, that will be kind of a special match, and I think the world is keeping an eye on that. Not only we are. But for me, it's going to be very interesting to see Gukesh, the newcomer, the youngster, to play against the old-timer Mamedyarov, who is, of course, not old, but he's there for like 20 years almost in the top. And to see them, how they will play out today after a loss. Yesterday, they both lost in a classical game. Mamedyarov, for example, had a fantastic position. He was much better, so it's really painful to lose that position, what he lost against Firouzja. And Gukesh also had some chances. Very dramatic game against Nakamura. So I'm really, really interested how they are going to bounce back.
Yeah, I'm interested too. The emotions are going to be running high. And David, for you?
Yeah, it's the clash of the titans, the clash of the teenagers for me. Norway Abdusattorov against Alireza Firouzja, 18 years old against 19 years old. It's but 2 players in form as well, both having won yesterday in the classical portion. And yeah, I have a feeling one of the 2 will be a world champion someday. I can't wait to follow that game.
I can't wait today as well. But anyhow, Norway Chess, it is the home of fighting chess, and that's because it pushes the boundaries a little bit. And we have a rather unique tournament format. It's a 10-player single round robin, and here is where it gets a bit interesting. 120 minutes for the entire game, but there will not be any increment until after move 40, upon which the players will be getting 10 seconds. And in the event of a draw, it's when things get fast and furious, because Armageddon will break that tie. And of course, it's fighting chess, so no draw offers allowed before move 30. I think this type of format should be introduced for most classical events.
I know already more and more people are telling me, friends messaging me that, wow, this is so cool to have the decisive games all the time. But this is kind of tricky also, that they are not allowed to make a draw before move 30. And yesterday we've seen Wesley So offering a draw on move 31, immediately taking the opportunity in the classical game.
Players are so sneaky. They'll find their way around the rules. They'll find those loopholes. But we can forgive the players for making those draws if we get treated to the spectacle of Armageddon. And we do see Wesley getting ready to start his game against Anish Giri. Should we do some predictions before the beginning of this round?
Absolutely, I encourage it. What do you think? Nordebek against Firouzja?
I'm going to go white win.
Draw.
But someone has to win. Someone will walk away as a winner.
You mean not in the classical, just like that? Nordebek win.
Nordebek win.
Sorry.
Okay.
How about you, Ivanka?
I think Firouzja might win it in the Armageddon. And there we see a very relaxed Hikaru smiling with the white pieces. He actually has only won one classical encounter against Magnus Carlsen. Do you think he can pull it out of the bag today?
I have a feeling Armageddon, and I will say that Armageddon will be a draw, so Magnus will take the points, or the share of the points. Judith?
I put my bet on Hikaru in the playoff.
He looks happy. He looks composed. Ivanka?
I think Magnus win in the classical game. Okay, and here we have Ari and Tari playing with the black pieces, getting ready to meet Fabiano Caruana, who has not yet arrived. Fabiano is one of those guys who was quite punctual.
Yeah, he's quite punctual. I can reveal that I had a very late lunch today, and Fabiano was the last one in the restaurant. So maybe doing some last-minute preparation for that game against Tari. Either way, I'm going to say Caruana to take the points. Tari, heartbreaking day yesterday. It's going to be tough to recover.
He has to recover in classical game, but he's going to fail in the Armageddon.
I think you're spot on, Judith. I'm ganging up against you, David. And there we see the former world champion Magnus Carlsen getting ready. And Fabiano has arrived at the board, and curiously enough, Hikaru's preparation for today's game involved doing a talk at the Norway Summit.
Yeah, talking about his life as a streamer, talking about his entrepreneurial kind of endeavors there, talking about how he's kind of turned away from being a full-time professional player and encompassed all his business ideas there. Really fascinating stuff, but you wouldn't think it's ideal preparation for such a big match. Judith, do you think it will impact him on the board as we see the first move?
Yeah, for me it's really amazing to follow Nakamura, how he became a most popular chess streamer, we can say, and at the same time, while sometimes calling himself a chess amateur, playing on the highest level, and he's number 5 in the world, I think, right now. And he was very strongly not only playing in the candidates tournament, but it was just to clinch away that he would have been playing the World Championship match, right? So this is a mystery for me, how he can do this.
Yeah, imagine just a draw against Ding Liren last year in the final round of the candidates, and Nakamura would have had his shot at the world title. But
I wonder if he would be streaming every day after the game, if he would be playing the World Championship match.
But why break a winning formula, right? Because it seems like since he started streaming, he's relaxed, he's super happy, and it just seems to be helping his chess. He's the only person I know that can, while streaming, talk to chat, and also play good moves. I've tried it a few times, and it did not go well chess-wise. And there you see Hikaru taking back that king's pawn. What do you think he's going to play? C4?
Well,
D4?
I would have guaranteed before the game he would start with e4, and there we go. He takes it back and just teases chat.
There are different tricks, right? To take it back or to leave it there for seconds, and then to make your opponent trying to guess that what is really going to happen in move 1.
And Magnus, of course, he copies. We're going to see knight f3, knight c6, and maybe Magnus himself will play at Berlin.
Yeah, we will await the opening. Hikaru usually goes for the Spanish when he does dabble in 1e4. I'm glad, I must say, on behalf of Magnus, that he's not going for the French defense. That backfired badly against Fabiano in the first round, and it wasn't a position that he enjoyed getting out of the opening there. So this one, it is the Roy Lopez, the Spanish, and moment of truth. Will Magnus go for the Berlin or his World Championship repertoire? In Magnus's last classical game before this tournament against myself, he played the Marshall Gambit. And here we go, no Berlin today. He kicks back the bishop. And we are headed towards the Marshall, Judith. This is one of the openings that's been your bread and butter as well.
Oh, absolutely. I even played it with the black color in the later years of my career, but mainly I was playing on the white side. I'm very curious what Magnus has in mind. Of course, Marshall attack was always a system which was bothering people who are playing Rai Lopez, and it was always very challenging. So that's why many of the players already these days, they don't even enter into the Marshall unless they want to make a draw or want to be very solid and test the memory of the other player of black, because you have to remember a lot of things. So if c3, then d5. That's the Marshall, but I'm expecting that it's going to be avoided.
It tends to be the pattern that people avoid the Marshall, because the Marshall has pretty much been worked out quite deeply.
Yeah, I remember the days when I was young and commentators would say, yes, it's the Marshall attack. We're going to see some aggressive play. Now it's like, oh no, it's the Marshall. It's going to be a forced draw in 40 moves. Times change.
That's how the opening, what people are playing, it's transforming, right? Because players want to have a game, they want to be sharp. And look at that.
He's allowing the Marshall.
We have Marshall on the board.
Yeah, actually, if you asked me to predict the opening beforehand, I would have said Nakamura is going to go straight into this. Nakamura doesn't really want a slow maneuvering battle, I feel, at least not in the classical portion of this match. And here we go, it's the Marshall. Is he going to grab this pawn, as I did a few months ago against Magnus Carlsen? And knight takes e5 on the board. White will be a pawn up, but black will have activity and a lead in development as compensation.
But which means, I think, that it's the strategy of Nakamura is to make a draw practically, and then go for the Armageddon.
Or at least play a no-risk position. And in that game I mentioned that I had against Magnus a few months ago, he played bishop b7 against me, and he told me later it was his World Championship prep. I think he told many people, so I'm not revealing any secrets there.
I was just wondering if you're not going to get in trouble with this one.
He said it in an interview, I believe. So instead he goes to c6, the main line, the main move, and no surprises so far. A well-known position.
For me, it's very interesting to see the strategy of Nakamura, because I think he's great in consuming his energy. Mm-hmm. And basically, he was giving a talk, right, in the just few hours before the game of the start of the game, and maybe he didn't even have to spend too much time, right? Because he said, okay, I'm going a4, Magnus is going to play e5, so I'm going all the way to the Marshall. If he's going to play Berlin, there is also another way to simplify the position. I'm going to test him here and there. Queen f3, very common. So we win a pawn, or he wins a pawn. Compensation, everything goes fine, and then I just go for the Armageddon. Yeah. While Magnus had to prepare quite a bit, so it has he's very practical.
Yeah, very pragmatic strategy.
He certainly is, and okay, neither David or yourself, Judith, will be surprised to hear that this has been played before. 64 games in the. What a nice number, 64. I can say actually that.
I thought it was much more.
Okay, can you guess how many games end in a draw?
64.
David.
Am I correct?
Yeah. If you play bishop takes knight, 64% of the games end in a draw.
Yeah, I had a bit of a cheat code there. I had studied this position just a few months ago against Magnus, and I think I was ready to take this knight off the board.
Yeah, bishop d5 is one of the normal moves, but I think also knight e2 also leads to some forced draw at the end. So rook e8, knight e4, bishop g4, queen g2, queen h5 or something.
Some forcing lines here, Judith.
Yeah, the other one is bishop d5. I think you also try to simplify maybe with bishop f4 afterwards, but white is really trying to get something extremely small, just a comfortable position. You can't really dream about real advantage here, but basically you're testing the opponent.
Yeah, that's the problem for white. Just the fact that these three pieces are asleep on the queen side, the fact that it takes them 2 or 3 moves to get into the game means that white cannot bank on an advantage. The extra pawn for white, not too relevant right now. It's this extra d3 pawn, which often actually just drops off the board a bit later. You have to be wary about your king as well. So all of those factors combined means that white lacks the time for an objective advantage according to opening theory, but Nakamura will try something. The martial attack, white often has these little small ideas to get a playable position, to get a small risk-free advantage. It's just about whether Magnus can neutralize that, and knight d2, as you mentioned, Judith, on the board.
Yeah. You know, I'm wondering sometimes that why a player like Magnus, why does he play martial? Can you tell me? Why don't you play? I mean, there is the Chigorin, there's so many different ideas in the classic Rai Lopez, and you can't say that it's boring. It's a very complex game. So, is he ready to go for an equalish position? I understand the dynamic of the position is very tempting because it has a lot of energy. For the pawn, you get compensation. If you memorize all the lines, it looks pretty safe. There are no huge dangers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that he's played too many World Championship matches. He's a bit jaded by that, as we've seen by him walking away now from the world title. And the more you study with computers, the more you realize the martial is totally fine. You equalize with black and against the very best players in the world. That tends to be a decent result. And I've had this position before myself as white. We're about to see an endgame. Nakamura has had it against Magnus, this exact position, I think, in the past. And it's a sign of respect, I think, Judith. Magnus respects Hikaru enough to say, I will happily force a draw against you with black. And I think this one is going to go down to the Armageddon. Queens are off the board. The white knight is pinned in the center, but white can use the fact that there are some tactics along the diagonal against the black king to equalize this one. I think we'll stay with this one just a few more moves, and then we'll do a roundup of the other openings, which are far more tense.
Yes, and I have to say you're completely right. They have, in fact, played 3 games and this particular variation. But, well, we have something a bit special because we did, in fact, ask a very important person about their expectations of the Hikaru Magnus game. Let's have a listen.
It's a treat today. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura. Is this the best matchup we have in chess now?
Yeah, it's a big day. It feels like it might be a tournament decider. It's the first time they're meeting in Classical in 4 years. I'm excited. I'm hoping lots of fans are tuning in today because I have a feeling it's going to be quite dramatic.
Might be dramatic on the board, but who do you think is going to win the confession room?
Oh, Nakamura was on fire yesterday, I've got to say, like embracing his inner streamer. It was fun to watch. We were cracking up with laughter in the commentary room. I don't know, it depends on Magnus's mood. I'm going to say Naka just because he's a bit more in the zone right now with the streaming.
And who's going to win on the board?
I'll say Magnus with the draw in Armageddon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very insightful comments there. Drama aplenty, would you say?
I mean, I've jinxed it. First of all, I've cursed commentators curse there. I'm everywhere. You just can't escape me. Sorry, everyone at home. You're probably sick of my voice by now. But yeah, you heard it here first. It's going to be an Armageddon. The players have raced into the endgame, Judith.
Well, I had this game, I think, exact this position against Swidler in some event. Maybe World Championship, I don't know, St. Louis 2005 or somewhere. And they are going to repeat moves, and then in 20 minutes we have the first Armageddon, right?
Yes. Well, Do you? Okay, and they are literally
racing
towards that draw. I mean, we haven't even looked at any other games, and these two will have finished.
Only
King
this very
to 3.
interesting one.
They only started 10 minutes ago, Ivanka.
Well, what's your opinion on this type? I mean, how do you think about this?
It's practical. It makes sense for their tournament standings. It makes sense because they both deem each other as big rivals for the title eventually. We see the handshake there. Of course, disappointing not to see kind of a full-blooded fight against them, but that's the beauty of this format. That's why we love Norway Chess. We see an Armageddon. We get even more action between these two. So I don't think we can complain too much. And it's understandable. Hikaru's had a long day, busy day, giving a Q&A session earlier. And for Magnus with black, good result.
It certainly is a good result, and of course Hikaru did run a gauntlet. You know, he started with 2 blacks in a row. Now he's had his first white and agreed a very quick draw against Magnus. The players will be back in roughly 20 minutes to face off in an Armageddon, and of course that will have a decisive result. Someone will be walking away with 1.5 points, the other one 1 point. And, well, that short game, let's have a look at the bird's eye view, and let's have a look at the other games in progress, because no one else is doing this very quick 3-move repetition.
Yeah, we can't blame the players too much. It was all theoretical, all been seen before, and it did end in that draw. And where to go next? So it's still early days in many of the games, only 4 or 5 moves in some of the others, but the game that's progressed and developed the most is between Abdusatorov and Alireza Firouzja. Still all the pieces on the board there, all the pawns on the board, still very tense in that battle. And let's maybe do a bit of a roundup, just go round the horn and check out all of the games, all of the opening stages, starting with that game.
Yeah, it seems like everybody developed, right? And they are ready for the fight, the 2 youngsters.
Yes, and this is the current position. It's now move 11. All the pieces remaining as mentioned. Judith, you recognize the opening, the structure, I guess, from the the semi-Slav, the Slav, I'm not sure.
Semi-Slav.
Semi-Slav, I think. Yeah, and it feels like black is just saying to white, come on, push in the center, and white is saying, no, you start, you push in the center first. And first I expect both sides to bring the rest of their pieces into the game. Maybe Abdusatorov here just centralizes his rooks. What do we think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, right? White is building for the e4 break, so white can play rook d1, rook fd1, rook ad1, can even play a move that I've toyed with, bishop d3. That was recommended by Sam Shankland in his chessbook course. Very subtle stuff. And lots of moves available. You can even actually take the time out to make little moves like h3, and that's all right. It's just a very slow position. Both sides playing chess, going to make their breakthrough.
Well, these are the kind of positions when we say the better wins, right? Who understands the position better, who understands the ideas better, who understands where the best places is for your own pieces. Yeah, e4 is something that white always wants to be playing, and sometimes white is postponing it, that, well, it's too early to simplify the position, right? And black wants to go e5 or sometimes c5. It's both are options. If white would be taking on d5, let's say, there's always a debate how you would be capturing, but most likely, I guess, people take it with the e-pawn and have the e8 rook on a good spot. Though after c takes the d5, e takes d5, I like very much for white the outpost or the post of the knight on f5. If it can get there, let's say, one day with knight h4, knight f5. In this position, I think it's very important for black that white cannot play knight e5, because if white could reach out to e5 with the knight and play f4, that could be a huge advantage already. So everything, the debate is going on in the center, on the e4, e5 square.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a waiting game, right? If white now, let's jump in maybe with some moves. If white does kind of get ambitious and play e4, then we see a bunch of simplifications, and after the black knight hits the white queen. You have a choice. You can go ambitious, maybe slide across, try and start a kingside attack. But let's say white just kind of steps back. We'll see black break out with c5 at some point. And this one, unless you have something immediate, it feels like black here is completely fine with some very nice bishops on these diagonals. So the question is, do you wait? Do you break out now? And if we go back to the live position just to show a few more moves here.
Can we go back just for a second? Because I want to show one idea which I think can be important. Takes, takes, takes. Knight f6. Goes back to c2.
Okay.
c5. And sometimes it's important that the rook is on e8 after d takes c5, bishop c5, and if white would be going knight g5. Because you would be maybe trying to pull out g6 and the weakness. But if the rook would be on f8, h6 would be not possible to bishop f6. But now you just play h6, and after bishop f6, queen takes back, and queen h7, you're smiling and laughing. You just go king f8, right? And nothing happens. So these small details count in these positions also. So rook e8, it can be also useful this way.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen the subtlety of the kind of, I always see people play rook e8 in these positions, and I thought, oh, they're just preparing e5, but it turns out there's other defensive reasons too.
It has other benefits sometimes.
Ah, nice. I'm learning. I'm taking notes.
And white is, in the meantime, delaying this e4 push and instead centralizing the rooks. And Alireza responding very quickly with putting the queen on e7. And I've had this position many times before. And the queen and the bishop, they can also line up to play bishop a3. That's one idea that I've had a lot of people do against me. But at the same time, there's our ideas of black actually, first of all, playing e5, breaking out immediately, or perhaps even taking on c4 and then playing e5. But I think the most challenging lines are actually when both sides just wait, as they're doing right now. So it's a very tense game.
Yeah, I always struggle, I must admit, in these types of positions. It feels like both armies are ready, just staring down at each other. I never know what to do next, when to break out. Jovanka, from your experience, assuming these two players have the same kind of level of knowledge of this type of position, who do you think it's going to favour stylistically?
Nordebek. But I don't know at time. Let me just wind my neck back in.
Difficult question.
It is a very difficult question because, of course, all the action happens in the middle game, and Firouzja will be very happy with his position. And I mean, so many plans available. I mean, if Firouzja wants to liven things up, you play for e5. If you just want to respond to whatever white has in store, then you just carry on improving. And I can see you can go h6. That's one move that I like to do because I never knew whether I should be going c5 or e5. And so h3, and I'm expecting perhaps h6.
Yep, just giving the black king some space, cutting out those pesky little knight g5 jumps that you mentioned, Judith. In the other line, h6 looks like a good copycat waiting move. It's the most frustrating thing in chess. Your opponent just copies you every move and you don't know what to do next.
Yeah, but it's so interesting that basically we were talking yesterday and day before, there were positions where we were talking about the tension, whether you, like for example here, c4, e6, are you going to grab on d5 or black is going to grab? Usually you don't in these positions, but there are situations, right, when I capture, he captures, how to do it. And this is also a tension now, and it's a matter of who is going to be pushing e5 or e4, right? Because e4 is something that you simplify, so probably you're not ready because black is completely set up perfectly fine for against it. The only passive area of the position is the pawn on c6, which is going to be playing c5. At the same time, if you think about black, it's not so easy for black to play e5 because then white would take c takes d5, and then if black takes back with the pawn, then there is going to be an isolated pawn. As we've seen yesterday, for example, between Gukesh and Nakamura, isolated pawn can be treble also. So it's kind of tricky. So both are like, should I play e4 or I'm waiting for e5? And do I have a useful move after h6, let's say? Because these rook e1, rook d1, h3 kind of moves, it's like, it can be useful in a later stage of the game, but it's kind of waiting moves, right?
Yeah, one of my first coaches would have said it's a nothing move, the lazy move. But sometimes those lazy moves are effective and
That's
practical.
harsh. I think I always call them luxury moves or improving moves, never lazy. And okay, well, this game looks like it will be very tense and all the action will be happening in a few moves as both players get ready to mark their ground. But in the meantime, our reporter, Sverre, caught up with Hikaru before the round started. So let's hear Hikaru's thoughts.
Just got to ask you for how the position look.
Looked like White was doing well. White's up a queen, right? Yeah, White has an extra queen, so I think the kid's going to win, and that's a good sign. Maybe he'll be the next Magnus.
Hikaru, today chess fans all around the world are anxiously awaiting this matchup. It's something special with Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen, but do you feel that as well?
I mean, I've played Magnus so many times, probably more times in the last 3 years online than the previous 15 years that we'd played each other. So certainly it's been quite a while since we played a classical game, last time being 2019. So looking forward to it, and we'll see what happens.
What do you expect from the match today?
I don't know. Could be really wild, could be very boring. Your guess is as good as mine.
Do you think it's going to be one game, or do you think it's going to be a complete match with an Armageddon?
I mean, I don't know. I think it could be either way. I think a lot will depend on the opening, and I'll probably have something to say in the confessional box. So, well, you guys will know my thoughts pretty early on.
We look forward to that.
Sure. Thanks.
Well, there we saw Hikaru keeping his cards close to the chest. It was boring in the end. But okay, take a look at this, the head-to-head scores. And very interestingly enough, Magnus completely dominates the classical. Hikaru actually only having won one game in 2016. And Magnus just winning the remainder. But when it comes to rapids, we can see it's actually much closer.
So basically, he just made the calculation, right? He saw the results himself, or he knows it exactly how it is. And he said, okay, I'm not going to be pushing it. If Magnus wants to play, then he's not playing Marshall, right? Then go for some Chigorin or some kind of close Rai Lopez, and then let's have a game. But he's not going to be pushing it. So it was clear from the interview that he was ready to play, but he was not against on a short draw either.
Yeah, I think just a great practical decision. The top players, they are obsessed with stats. They do so much research. Magnus, for example, he's formerly #1 in fantasy football. That shows the attention to detail that players put into their numbers, into their records against each other, the head-to-heads and all of that. And yeah, Hikaru knows classical historically is against him, so why not take his chance in the Armageddon? He's got white, he backs himself 3 extra minutes. He's got a good score against Magnus in recent times in rapid chess. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense what he's doing. He seems in a good mood, and I can't wait for that one to start.
Yes, I have to say, I detected a little sparkle in his eye when he goes, could be boring. Yeah. I think he knew exactly what he wanted, like you guys mentioned. And I do think I agree with you both. It is a very pragmatic decision. You know, play to your strengths. And clearly, the two do have like an online rivalry as well as a blitz rivalry. I mean, Magnus and Hikaru have been fighting it out in these Blitz World Championships. And yeah, why not take your chances? But there is a big difference though. Here, Hikaru will be playing Armageddon, 10 minutes on the clock, has to win.
Yeah, but it means also that they miss out of the great scoring, right? Because if in classical game you win, you score 3 points, while in Armageddon they secured 1 point each already, but still the extra half a point will go to the winner in Armageddon.
Yeah, it's just a calculated risk here. They've basically both said, okay, the leaders can extend their lead, but we're just putting points in the bank. And the one thing for sure is that he won't play the same opening, right, Judith? Hikaru's going to mix it up. He will not allow the martial attack again.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
So yeah, he must have come prepared with some ideas for the later Armageddon.
Certainly, and we mustn't forget that they did, of course, play each other in the Norway Blitz and the opening day. And do you remember that crazy game where it looked like Hikaru was winning, was a piece up, and then Magnus kind of came in with the king?
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah.
That was one of the coolest game of the Blitz tournament. That was amazing, yeah. Yeah.
That was topsy-turvy. Magnus was basically winning straight out of the opening, let it slip. Hikaru was winning, then Magnus was winning, and eventually clinched it. Crazy stuff. And yeah, I hope that one sets the tone for the furious speed that they will soon show in the Armageddon. And meanwhile, we see the bird's eye view. We'll come to the other opening shortly. But yeah, it's still early in this round as we await Nakamura against Carlsen.
And let's have a look at the bird's eye view. And okay.
Yeah, lots of action. Shall we jump in, Jovanka? What do we think? We're kind of torn in two minds here because we know the Armageddon is soon to start between Magnus and Hikaru. They finished about 15 minutes ago already.
I will definitely want to go to, if we have the opportunity to go to the Mamedyarov game later.
And here we can see the Armageddon format. And black will win with a draw. The players keep the same colors. White will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes. There will be a 1 second increment after move 40. It's not much, but it's a tiny little something. And of course, importantly, 1.5 points for a win and 1 point for a loss. And we also have a very special treat for everyone because we have a very special guest in the studio alongside us. And we have Marcus Willig, the CEO and founder of Bolt. So pleasure to have you here in the studio. And I hear you're an avid chess fan.
More and more. So actually it's the first time I'm able to make an opening like this, so this was a very special occasion.
And did you get your prediction correct?
Absolutely. Actually, I've been playing e4, and that's what they actually did on the game as well.
Yeah. Were you not slightly annoyed that they took it back and then they played?
Indeed, but I mean, that's how this goes.
Yeah. And how did you start with chess, and how does it occupy your life these days?
More and more. So I started playing as a kid with my parents, as a lot of people do. And then I got more and more active in it over the last year and a half. I run a company, and that's obviously taking up most of the time. But chess is a really great way to get your mind off that and then focus on something completely different.
Yeah. How did chess capture your imagination? Because you said you kind of got into it in the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's actually something I see is a great way to, again, relieve some stress, focus on completely something different. I've always been a lot into board games, and chess obviously is the most famous and the best of them all. So it was natural I'm eventually going to come back to this.
Very good. And you set out to solve a big problem when you created your company Bolt, which is all about mobility services in Tallinn. And do you see parallels between the strategic and problem-solving thinking applied there and chess?
Absolutely. I think that especially games like this, where you need to think both tactically and then strategically, is something that you can apply to many other parts of life as well. And it's very clear from some of the famous chess players as well who've been able to translate those skills into other fields of life.
Yeah. And does running Bolt feel like a chess game at times?
Indeed, sometimes absolutely it is. I mean, you have a very heavy competition going on between a lot of different companies, and obviously we try to put our best foot forward and serve our customers the best. And you need to plan really many steps ahead. So it's not something that, of course, you can just, you need to decide it in a few minutes. You usually have a bit more time, but obviously you're under time pressure as well.
Mm-hmm. And you're the youngest founder of $1 billion company in Europe. And you're not even 30. Would you ever think of retiring and becoming a chess professional?
Unfortunately, I think it's probably too late for that, unless I'm going to dedicate my entire next couple of decades into this. But no, I think you just got to start early. I started the company when I was 19. It's already now a decade in, so it's actually quite a while. And the lesson from this is that great things don't always happen overnight, but you got to put in years and years of dedication.
Yeah. And would you, as a CEO, consider excellence in chess an important asset for a candidate applying for your company?
Well, if some grandmasters apply to work at Bolt, I would absolutely put them on top of the list and then consider them very highly.
Did you hear that, Judah and David? You guys have some job opportunities.
Yeah, I need a new job after this, for sure.
And I'm kind of curious, who is your personal favorite in this event to win?
Oh, it's a very tough question with all the great players here. I must say I'm still rooting for Magnus this time. So I hope he's going to win.
Yeah, and what kind of chess style do you have?
I'm still very much a novice, so I'd say I'm more aggressive. Once in a while I enjoy the sacrifice for some positional gains.
Okay, so you go right for the attack from the beginning?
Whenever possible, so as early as I can.
As early as you can. And is that how you approach life?
I think very much so. I mean, entrepreneurship as well. I mean, it's not something that you can play very defensively only. I mean, you got to seize the opportunities, go on the offense, and that very much is true in both business and chess.
And I have to ask you, but you can whisper your answer. Whose style do you like the most in terms of chess out of our players?
Very tough question. But still, I think probably Magnus Carlsen is the one that I think everybody's looking up to, at least over the last decade. So I'm going to go with that as well.
Yeah. And finally, what is your favorite piece?
Favorite piece? I'd say it's still the Queen. Just again the most versatile one, so it's a common answer.
Same as me. And we can see the players are going into Armageddon. And you've said you're a big fan of Magnus Carlsen and of course Hikaru Nakamura. And I'd like to thank you so much, Marcus, for coming into the studio and for your time.
Thank you.
Wow, and Magnus has brought us really good luck here in the studio because it's the King's Gambit. Wow, a romantic opening. You nearly never see this in the 21st century. And Judith, your eyes have lit up.
Absolutely, because this was my opening when I was a baby. I was starting out with this opening with 2f4, sacrificing the king pawn there. And I was playing with bishop c4, not with this very aggressive, from the 18th century, we can say. Knight f7. No, not yet.
You want to give up pieces, lure that black king out into the open, but this is a older variation, as you mentioned, and yeah, it has a decent reputation, a solid reputation for black. I'm surprised Magnus has given back the pawn. No more King's Gambit. It is level material, and Hikaru looking away to the left there. That signifies he's trying to remember something. He normally has that face on when he's recalling opening theory. I've had this position myself against the likes of Nigel Short. And okay, what will Hikaru play? I'm surprised he's gone in for this because Magnus had that World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2021, who had just released a chessable course on the King's Gambit. So Magnus will have studied this in recent times.
But novelty incoming. I mean, Hikaru's little pawn move, never been played before.
Okay. It doesn't look like the most impressive move, I've got to say, Judith. No attacking chances for white.
Now there's kind of some transposition and 2 games in the database. What do you think?
It looks very good for black because black is much more developed right now. Look at white's pieces; none of them developed yet, and but it's really cool that we have a King's Gambit in an Armageddon. I played it last time, in 2010 or something. At some point, I was playing a rapid event in Mexico, and I played against Topalov, and I won. Very convincingly. I couldn't believe it myself.
It was like a nice exchange sacrifice or something on, was it, or some kind of sacrifice on f4 in that game maybe? I remember watching it and thinking, wow, this is how chess should be played.
Yeah, that was shocking. That I don't even know why I came up with that idea to play King's Gambit, but here really white is in trouble from development point of view, right? I mean, knight is going to jump to e5 or d4 in a second, and you can't stop both.
Yeah, you can't stop both. Once the knight arrives on e5 or d4, maybe the bishop will come out. Black will be very quick to castle queenside. It doesn't look like the King's Gambit has worked out. This time it has backfired. This is unfortunately why it doesn't make an appearance more often at the top level.
Well, King's Gambit is something that is great if your opponent frightens from you, gets afraid. But Magnus is not that type of guy. He's going to be smiling on your f4, right?
Yeah, he's normally the one who puts in all the hard work to surprise the opponent, Magnus, and he's got given a position that he probably knows very well. A very quick play from him so far.
But we have seen 2 successful games in the Armageddon where the players have just played some wild position and they've sacrificed material and they're saying, black simply doesn't have enough time to handle all those complications, even though, let's face it, it probably is a great position for black. Because the games that I'm thinking of is like Shakira against Ariane. He just gave a pawn, had some initiative.
Yes, but that's a different story.
And yesterday, let's not forget that escape trick that Magnus pulled on Wesley when he sacrificed the whole rook.
Yeah, but those were already middle game stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from Mamedyarov, he just wanted to go into full complications. The problem is for white here that he just has no time to develop properly because I mean, what can you do? I mean, it's at first sight, it's really miserable. So knight c3, let's say, or okay, he went queen f2, kind of prophylactical move. Black, I think, will go knight e5, trying to jump to g4. But another idea is just to develop with the c8 bishop and even castle long. So the only problem for black is that there are so many tempting options. I think g3 is something that maybe the plan can be for white. That's why Magnus played rook g8. Yeah. This rook g8 is a different rook g8 than Abdusattoru made yesterday versus Starry.
This one we can understand, rook on an open file, but yesterday a bit more mysterious. And okay, Hikaru threatening to jump into the center with the white knight. This was cut out by Magnus Carlsen. Bishop e6, really nice move, and both sides need to rush to castle. It feels like surely bishop d2 is going to happen, and white's king needs to run to safety before it's too late. I want to give credit to Hikaru though. I'm so glad he promised entertainment. Maybe this is why in the interview he was smiling. He knew what he was going to do in the Armageddon. He knew that he had a surprise up his sleeve. It might have backfired so far, but still early days.
Yeah, maybe I'm not fair that I said so many bad things about white's position. Maybe it's not as bad as it looked 2 moves ago.
I just don't see how you can be better. That's the problem, and you're in a must-win situation.
But I think Hikaru is just being practical. He's saying, you know, I don't care about being better because the tussles will be happening in the later stages of the game. And if Hikaru is a bit more familiar with those positions, then, you know, he can handle them with great resourcefulness.
I like the queen on f2 actually, because it ties down the c6 knight and attacks the a7 pawn. So at some point knight d5 can be good, or even knight b5. The other idea is to go bishop e2 and then rook f1 and attack the f4 pawn. So black should know what he's doing.
And look at Magnus's last move. Trademark Magnus. Gonna go into an endgame.
Yeah, and not just wanting the queens off for safety, but I think it's directly correlated to Judith's point. The white queen was actually white's best piece, potentially on f2, and white had some counter-attacking ideas there. So bullying the white queen back, if it wasn't a must-win situation, maybe Hikaru would have allowed that trade. Instead, he's been forced to retreat, and suddenly the white piece is back. It's Fischer Random, but we know he's Fischer Random world champion, Hikaru. Loads of the white pieces now on the back rank. What can black do to up the pressure, to maintain the momentum? If white does get 2 or 3 moves, he should be okay. Watch out for knight e2 as well, hitting the black queen, hitting the pawn on f4, and okay, preemptively, again, prophylaxis, just dropping back with the black queen. Maybe getting ready to plant the knight on the dominant d4 square.
Yeah, you kind of feel that white's best move is actually to put the queen back on f2, but of course Hikaru is in a must-win situation, cannot do that. And the thing that is concerning about white's position is how on earth is he going to develop the light squared bishop and the rook?
Well, this is the reason I like the queen d4 very much, what Magnus played in the previous move, because it's not only that he pushed away the very well-placed f2 queen because it was an attacker, but also it defended the g2 pawn. So right now bishop e2 is not exactly possible because the pawn is hanging on g2.
Okay, and a move from Hikaru. He does retreat, knight e2, and that move is given a question mark by the all-seeing engine. Why could that be a mistake?
It feels like you can get greedy and grab on a2.
The pawn.
I mean, hello.
Wow. That's Fischer-esque, taking on h2 in that World Championship match. Fischer, he doesn't go for it, Magnus. More practical decision, just playing f5. And okay, the cross there means maybe a miss. A missed opportunity for Magnus was that, just capturing this pawn. It took courage. Instead, a safer decision from the former world champion. And g3 Hikaru fighting back now, utilizing this pin. The f4 pawn cannot be touched. You cannot take on g3. Maybe you can, but either way, you have to calculate well here.
Yeah, and it does feel that Magnus is losing a little of the control he had with this, especially with this last move by Hikaru. g3, great move.
And we should mention the clock time, 3.5 minutes now for Magnus, 4 minutes 50 almost for Hikaru Nakamura. I've seen these two face off in Title Tuesday multiple times where there's a 1 second increment. Magnus has lost on time countless times in their encounters. He always seems to flag against Hikaru, so he's going to get nervous if the clocks tick down. Meanwhile, f takes e4, Judith. Which one is Hikaru going to recapture?
I think g3 was something that Magnus was not expecting, and this is why I also thought after knight e2 is little attack on the f4 pawn. I want to go bishop c3, but actually g3 was the idea. gf is very logical. I think black, I don't know, bishop h3.
Bishop h3, right?
Yeah, feels strange to allow this move with tempo, lining up against the black king on the diagonal, hitting the black queen. Maybe he's just going to drop back. Maybe he'll just move his queen away and say, trade off bishops, please. Bishop h3, maybe he'll just retreat. And.
But there is another question. What about knight g3?
I know, and I was thinking you could back that up with moves like f5, but okay, that requires a lot of calculation.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to hit this black queen, and Magnus better have some answers up his sleeve, but Hikaru has slowed down. It's really tense. It feels like the critical moments could be around now.
Exactly. I also wanted just to point out that he spends this few seconds, or maybe even a little more, knight g3 or bishop h3.
Knight g3 played.
On the board, the black queen has to move. The question is, where does she centralize? Oh, question mark attached to that move as well. Maybe a mistake, giving black an opportunity.
Maybe black can grab on g3, or what can be the problem?
Ooh, I'm thinking about going for that a2 pawn that you've both been mentioning a few times. Okay, the black queen just steps back.
Well, going for the a2 pawn.
Yeah, I wanted to go for it with the black queen.
And it's important now that queen e4 is not possible, because bishop d5 would win the exchange.
And both players under 3 minutes. Well, Hikaru just over. And we see a trade of bishops.
f5, look at that.
Wow, tactics galore.
Yeah, black cannot take.
Yeah.
Because knight f5 and bishop h3. But maybe it's about time to take on a2. No.
He wants to take with the queen. Big threat on the board. Queen takes a2 might be devastating, end in a checkmating attack.
But you can simply play some safety chess and move the king to protect that pawn. And he does do that. And now Magnus centralizing the knight. And again, it just feels like anyone's game, although big threat on the board of knight coming into f3. And we see the same pattern keep repeating time and time again. You know, now the white queen attacks the pawn on a7.
Yeah, two can play at that game. He attacks the pawn and Magnus ignores it completely. Wow, nerves of steel. He's arguing that queen takes pawn is not as dangerous as it looks, because later on the black bishop will move and vacate a square for the black king on d7. Wow, okay. Hikaru, it feels like he needs to gamble. It's a bit like Magnus's game yesterday in the Armageddon against Wesley. Queen takes a7 happened there too, and it worked out well for white.
But somehow this is not that position. When Magnus's queen was on a7, things started to become much better than before. And here the white square bishop will be incredibly strong of Magnus. And now we can see that the pawns are not really good of white. There are a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, black's king is safe. It's got extra protection around it, extra shelter compared to the white king. And like you say, Judith,
this is not something that you get away against Magnus.
Yeah, not in classical at least, but this is Armageddon. 2 minutes now for white. Hikaru is down on the clock. Not good news for the American fans there. What to play? It's hard. There's tactics all over the place. You're threatening to take this pawn, undermine the white knight on e4.
Also, knight c4 is a threat. Both.
I mean, isn't it time to mobilize the rook? And he does do that. And maybe there are some ideas of rook takes bishop in the air. I can see the evaluation, but hating white's position. But still, when the players have less than 2.5 minutes on the clock, it's going to get tense.
Wow, and we did see that there was a missed opportunity for Magnus. We saw the red cross appear with his last move, but he plays a very safe one. Can't blame him for that. There are going to be tactical opportunities later. He's up on time with a great position, as said there in the feature chat, Magnus Carlsen right now. Hikaru needs some magic.
He's allowed bishop takes pawn.
He's done it willingly. Maybe that was the lesser of the evils there. A smash and grab. That white pawn on a2 has disappeared, but white has gained some time in return. Going on the attack now, counterattack. Hitting the black queen. Oh, Magnus is zooming in for the kill, Judith.
He's not joking here.
No, big threat on the board of queen a5 check. And something is going to happen on a2.
Something's going to happen. The queen and bishop combo there for black, looking really menacing. You need to block somehow with the white queen, with the white rooks. But it feels like it's hanging by a thread. Under 1 minute now for Hikaru.
Maybe he'll play some b4 or something just to protect this a2 square, but it's kind of hopeless.
Yeah, Magnus with a better position and also more time on the clock. And the players are on move 31, which means that still some moves left before they get that 1 second increment. And we see a set of rooks leave the board.
Yeah, Magnus is a pawn up, and with the ongoing initiative, so that trade seems to help black.
Queen a4 seems to be quite a strong move. Queen h2 and queen h4, so kind of a double attack.
Oof, yeah, that looks like a killer.
No, but Magnus decides to weave a mating net. Bishop comes down to b3. Big threat of queen a4 on the board.
Almost unstoppable threat. Unstoppable if you have 30 seconds at least. How does white get his pieces in? The white knight, the white bishop, they're just offside, unable to come back to the rescue of their king. As said in the feature chat there, Hikaru does need a miracle. With 30 seconds left, queen a4. Oof.
Rook goes away. Still the fighting spirit is there.
Yes.
Yeah, but Hikaru, 23 seconds and check. Uh-oh.
The white rook is going to drop. The white rook is undefended. Magnus wins it. But his knight falls. Hikaru's still fighting. Still in the game for now, at least.
I'm not even sure that Nakamura did not give it on purpose with bishop g4.
Yeah, I think he had to. He had to give something up. But Magnus playing for tricks now. Bishop takes pawn. Really nasty. If the bishop was captured there, black had queen f4 check, picking up one of white's pieces. And now everything's coming through. Surely, Judith, this is going to be checkmate.
If it's not going to be checkmate, I think Magnus will be winning Hikaru's queen at the end of it.
On time.
Yep. And we see a handshake. Magnus takes the Armageddon victory with the black pieces and nets 1.5 points. Well, Hikaru did promise us fireworks, and in the end, the Armageddon game did deliver. That was super exciting.
Yeah, well played by both players. Hikaru choosing the King's Gambit, bringing romance back to chess. But in the end, Magnus just unflustered, too strong.
Absolutely, it was a good try, but it happens when the opening doesn't turn out to be reasonable because he started out from a worse position, right? After move 10, it was very clear. Then he somehow came back and it was kind of balanced, but he knew exactly that he has to fight for a win. Even a draw would not save himself because the point will be on Magnus' side.
I did feel that Hikaru's opening choice meant that he had to use the time to navigate those opening complications, and in the end that kind of cost him when he really needed that time to figure things out.
This is why the opening is actually very important, not only in the classical game, but also in the Armageddon game. It is, you really have to have, you need your strategy well thought out, and then of course play out the game. So the opening is only the first part, but if things are going wrong, then you can be in big trouble.
Yes, and well, that was an early excitement, and I think it's time for us to take a quick breather as we are going to take a break. So see you in a few minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
And we are back in action, and the chess excitement is continuing as we have a very special guest in the studio with us. We have none other than Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, how are you feeling after that short but exciting encounter?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Sort of had a suspicion that in case I wanted to be solid today, he probably wasn't gonna push it, considering the fact that he'd had a good start. And then, yeah, obviously, it's good to win the Armageddon at the very least.
Did you expect the Marshall in the first game, and then did you expect the King's Gambit?
No, I didn't really expect anything for the second game, but like, if you gave me a list of like alternatives, or a list of ways that the first game would finish, like the very way it finished would probably be top of the list. I mean, I thought there was probably considerably more than 50% chance that he was just gonna chop everything off, and with the way I played, I sort of accepted that. If I'd been desperate for a fight, I obviously would have chosen something different. But I don't think you ever expect the King's Gambit, but it was not an unpleasant surprise, let's say.
So you're happy when your opponents are trying to surprise you with the King's Gambit?
Yeah. Well, there are other ways to play that are more, well, other ways to surprise that are less pleasant for sure. The thing is, also, the King's Gambit is not that bad. Like, with good preparation, you can make it at least semi-playable for white. But the thing is, black has so many good ways to play, and it's not particularly difficult to play for the black pieces. So I think that's the main issue for white there.
Well, basically, after move 10, when your pieces were already out, knight c6, queen f6, rook g8, bishop h6, it showed that, well, probably you had a clear advantage already, right?
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, I mean, I played this, I have fond memories of this line. I played it against Grandmaster Fedorov from Belarus with the black. Actually, that was the game that I secured my last Grandmaster norm. So that's probably the last time I had this line. And in that line, that game we played some long forced line, which ended up in a fairly equal position. Like, I was slightly better, but I had no reason not to accept his draw for in that game. But yeah, I think the way he played was not unreasonable. I just think, yeah, it's just very easy for black to play. You have good activity, all your pieces are in good squares, and you have a few pawn breaks as well.
When you get such a position in move 10 and you're playing with the black pieces and draw is enough, do you want to win, or you play for a draw, or just your hand moves and makes good moves, whatever happens?
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma there. I think I was kind of stuck a little bit in between when I was trying to play a little bit solid, and then at some point I missed a couple of his moves, and it wasn't so easy. So I think I lost my advantage, but fortunately it never got out of hand, and even if he'd like play a little bit better there, I wasn't particularly worried.
And what do you feel about this Armageddon format?
No, I think it's very good. Like, imagine if this game had happened and there hadn't been an Armageddon. Like, it would still have been, it's still not ideal, but at least you get something out of it, both as a player and as a spectator. So I think it's really good. It adds some stress on the players, but I think we should be able to handle that.
How much are you preparing for the Armageddon itself when you come to a match? Because you know that if it's a draw, then you have to be ready to play the Armageddon. Do you play for both? Do you prepare for both games, or only for the classical, and then you say that, okay, I will have 20 minutes to figure that out?
Yeah, it depends. The first 2 games today, I basically just thought I'll play. The first 2 Armageddons in this tournament, I basically thought play the same opening, and what happens happens. In other years, yeah, I've prepared different stuff for Armageddon at times, especially with white. If you're not too happy with the way the first game has gone, or maybe you'd played some idea and then you can't really use it again because they have 20 minutes to check. Yeah, but it depends on the situation.
Which color do you prefer, white or black, the Armageddon?
I prefer the color that I play.
Good answer.
Nice answer. And you had a tough opening blitz and a tough start. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's not so good, of course. Like I'm on -1. At least I've won my Armageddon, so that helps a little bit. But it's it's obviously far from ideal. But at least I feel like a lot better physically than I did the first couple of days. So that's something positive. So I've given myself, especially if Fabi wins now, I've given him quite a big head start. But I think I've definitely played 3 of my very most solid opponents, so I'm sure there will be chances, and I'll do my best to just try and stay focused and take them.
And do you have a pre-tournament routine, a pre-game routine rather?
Yeah, try and eat a bit, go for a walk, relax. Not too much.
Tomorrow is going to be a free day. So are you going to be the classical preparation of yours, doing some sports with the other players or participants, or you have any special other plans for recharging?
No, not really. I mean, I generally love to do some sports. I'm not sure there will be time, but yeah, I'm up for anything.
Because it's normally a football game, isn't there? Or is that?
There has been in the past. Yeah, but it definitely helped me now in Poland. I played some football on the day before the last day, and I felt really energized for the game. So yeah, that would be good.
What position do you play on the football pitch?
Depends. If I play like at a chess tournament, I'm usually just loafing around and trying to score a couple goals.
And yeah.
Yeah, can I just say something about?
Sure.
I find it very interesting, strategically, what's happening in the Abdusatorov Firouzja game. Well, first of all, it's a little bit unusual for Black to allow this structure. I think, especially with the bishops. With the bishops exchanged, but it's very typical Alireza that he wants to keep some more imbalance in the position. But Nodribek's last move is very interesting, Rook B1, because I think the point is to force the move A5. Otherwise, for instance, if the queen moves back, B4 would be strategically desirable for white. So I think he potentially is going to spend at least one tempo trying to force A5 just to weaken the B5 square, and potentially the B6 pawn as well. So I find that quite interesting. But generally speaking, white is a little bit better. Maybe he's also gonna go for queen B2 and then pushing B4 and after.
What about knight E4 with black now?
Yeah, knight E4. I assume he takes knight D2. You probably have to go back then with the queen. Yeah, and then you push b4 as white, and I think white is strategically a little bit better. So probably, yeah. But I think Alireza he's not so unhappy with these situations where he's a little bit worse. He usually finds a way to complicate things, and then it's anyone's game.
And do any other games catch your eye?
Yeah, I think Fabi has a pretty good position. I think I think Arjen's decision to castle was a little bit dubious, probably. And now I think White is definitely better. I actually played it a couple of times myself, the position before castling. The point is that Arjen by castling he wanted to prevent an early bishop h6, but it seems to me that probably the cure is worse than the disease, and here I think he's just worse with a lot of counterplay.
Deceptive, isn't it? Because it does look like the king is safe as houses there, and
yeah, but now that Black has played c5, then White has strategic potential against the d5 pawn as well. So Fabi's probably gonna switch modes. You know, he's probably gonna go g3, king f1, king g2 at some point, or he may even switch completely and just castle. And as we know, having the pawn on h5 is never a bad thing.
That is true. That's one thing I've learned in the last few years, that h5 is good, despite what I was told in my earlier chess teachings.
So Arjen may go for c4 and then just try and advance on the queen side, just to have some counterplay.
But isn't there a must to play c4? Otherwise, it seems like the d5 will be in trouble.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I guess you could place a move like rook c8 or something, but you never really want to take on d4 probably either. So yeah, probably that's just what he's got to do. Just really hope that he doesn't get mated. I mean, I know that Fabi in such positions sometimes can get a bit apprehensive as well when he doesn't see a clear way, and the opponent certainly against counterplay. So at least from a psychological point of view, I think it would not be a bad choice.
Can we ask your opinion still on the Mamedyarov Gukesh game?
Yeah. Depends on the next few moves, really. Like, I think long term Black should be fine. Queen c7, bishop d7, or some sort of e5.
Maybe Black can start with e5 and knight b3, queen c7 also?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Black is remotely worse there. What is the move there? Like, maybe White could start going for some strange ideas like queen d2 and then either queen c3 or queen a5. Doesn't look.
Black's position looks very good.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no problems whatsoever. And then So Giri is just a dead draw. So it's gonna finish soon.
So you'll see Wesley play another Armageddon then. What were your thoughts on yesterday's Armageddon? Because you went quite gung-ho at the end.
Yeah, but I realized pretty early in the opening that I'd messed up the move order pretty badly, and then I was just lost, so I had to attack. So yeah, it was not out of... Yeah, it was just out of pure necessity.
But it wasn't as bad as it looked, I have to say.
No, that's true. But you don't really spend a lot of time thinking about that. It's just when I went for queen a4, I just thought, otherwise I'm just lost. So let's go.
It was a good choice in the end, and well, thank you very much, Magnus, for joining us here in the studio, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks. And there we can see Gukesh deep in thought against Hikaru Nakamura. But that was incredible to hear Magnus's thoughts, both on the games and, of course, how he doesn't fear the King's Gambit at all. Which I think will come as a cold shower, because the King's Gambit has a cult following, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a favourite of many club players, many players starting out their chess journey. Oh, Magnus, heartbreaker. He's killing romantic chess. But it's nice to see him so relaxed and so composed, Judith.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nice to see him, that he was happy to share his thoughts also about other games. And yeah, I think he's realistic very much where he's standing in the tournament right now, and he's hoping to recharge himself and somehow to get in the mood to fight out the next games. And I'm sure we will see some great stuff.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he seemed in a good mood, like you said. You know, he seemed relaxed, and the fact that he could laugh about yesterday's game against Wesley, where he just went, yeah, you know what, hold my hands up in the air, I was completely lost, messed up, and I find it quite refreshing that there is so much honesty from our top players, that there's not so much ego, like, oh no, I was completely winning. And but I guess maybe that's the influence of computers, or maybe that kind of influence of streaming and social media, that the players are much more accessible.
I think it's you're right on that idea that the engines are making the players more open about the truth. And sharing it, because practically the amateurs who are watching with engine, they know it first before the players, right? What is the real truth of the position? But it was interesting that he admitted, well, okay, he was lost. It was not that bad, maybe in his hands. If he would be playing on the other side with black, then, yeah, that's how he would feel. Well, it was bad enough, but I think it's very important to stay realistic and be critical about yourself. Still having your self-confidence that, okay, you're good, but okay, you make mistakes. And actually yesterday, indeed, he had a really bad position.
Yeah, and my theory is that he is so popular because he is relatable. He's one of the first champions, as you mentioned, Jovanka, who's ever kind of admitted that human side, that he blunders, that he makes mistakes. I don't think you would have seen it from any of his predecessors. I'm not sure Garry Kasparov would ever have admitted that he was lost even in a position like that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, refreshing honesty from Magnus there.
And okay, well, let's have a look at some of the games. Which ones take your fancy? We had some very interesting insights from Magnus Carlsen. The one that I'm curious about is the game Fabiano against Arian. Fabiano, of course, on form, but it was interesting that both you and Judith and Magnus all said, oh, Arian is in trouble.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. Jovanka, Fabi, as Magnus said, could extend his lead at the top of the table. He's had a great start to the event, and with the white pieces against the underdog Arian, he will be all guns blazing. He will want to strike. And yeah, I don't know what it was, Judith. I completely agree with Magnus. Just instinct-wise, I thought, oh, this is so ugly for black. I think just strategically, it's just what was black hoping for. It's like if you ever trade off these pawns in any scenario, black is left with that Isolani, the isolated pawn on d5, where I'm having nightmares, flashbacks to yesterday's game where Gukesh got beaten in the end with the isolated pawn. Yeah, there might be some kind of air around the black king, even if it goes to an endgame. Sometimes there'll be back rank kind of mating ideas if the queens remain on the board with the white pawn on h6. I think maybe just kind of from experience as well, this type of structure for black, it's really shaky. Magnus mentioned the d5 pawn as well. Watch out for that one to be weak.
Can we go to that critical moment that Magnus and yourselves have highlighted when Arian castled too early? Because I think that's quite an instructive point, because if you were to look at the position, you would think that castling is actually the most natural thing in the world.
Yeah, let's go back there. Actually, let's just do a quick recap from the start, because we were very much focused on the Nakamura versus Carlsen matchup. So it was a queen's gambit declined by transposition, and here the capture on d5, signaling the Carlsbad structure. White developed queen c2, and now black played the move g6, just supporting the bishop f5 move that we will shortly see. This bishop often the problem child for black's position, and he went for this trade, and it was here after the trade of bishops that I guess Magnus was saying play the useful moves first, maybe develop this knight first, maybe do some other stuff, wait for white to show his hand. If white castles kingside, then it's far safer for black to copy in the near future. Magnus mentioned maybe Arian was scared in this position of knight d7, a move like bishop h6, but this doesn't look like it's too scary. You can kind of kick it back with the move knight g4. You can even play a move like bishop f8 in these positions, and this is a very safe haven for the black king. So castling did invite white to take, and play h4. Thoughts on this, Judith?
Well, it seems like a very tempting option for white. I would be also someone to go for this h4 kind of idea. It's you reach out to h5 with your pawn, because black probably does not want to go h5. Though, I don't know, after h5, would it be the long castle and rook g1, g4 or something like that? Probably that would be the unpleasant surprise for black.
Totally. But I have a confession to make now, because of course Norway Chess has a confessional. I've actually castled many a time with the black pieces, so that when you guys said, oh, mistake, I was like, oh my goodness me, I had a chink in my armor all along. I just didn't know this. I just thought natural.
Yeah, I didn't know either. To be honest, it looks very natural to castle as black, but when your opponent's king is flexible here, I guess you just give your opponent more options. We often see players delay castling when the center is blocked these days, in the Carlsbad, in all sorts of openings. If the center's blocked, they just keep their options open, because due to the influence of AlphaZero, they have realized that h4 in any position tends to be slightly more scary than we previously thought. Also, black does lack pawn breaks. Black has the bishop versus the kind of pair of knights here, so black needs to open the position up, but the only way to do that is what Arian did, and as well, Magnus mentioned the drawbacks. The d5 pawn extremely weak. So, okay, current position, Judah, is this one, knight b4 on the board?
Well, the question is where the queen is going to be moving back, right? Because, for example, if you go to d2, probably that is not the best move, because black can take on d4, and it's not going to be an isolated pawn, because after knight d4, bishop d4, and the queen cannot take back because of knight c2 check. So, which means that queen d2 would be something that does not look so good to me. So probably if we go back, it's either queen b1 or queen e2. Those are the alternatives for white. I don't think queen b5 would be something good. I think then also c takes d4. Or that's what I'm thinking at first. So queen b1, let's say, but yeah, somehow c d4 seems to be, though it's still possible, knight d4 and bishop d4, queen b4. Yeah. It's also something to consider.
It's interesting, like, because for me it would be a choice between queen b1 and queen e2. Like, what draws you to queen b1?
Well, the question is for me how black is going to be continuing whatever move I go. So let's say queen b1. If can black go c4 and then optionally have the knight on d3. But it's more important, I think, for black to play what Magnus was talking about, to somehow to push the pawns on the queen side. Somehow, I don't know, queen d7, b5, or rook b8, b5, a5, going back with the knight and then pushing b4. But you may as well be a little bit worried that it can be very slow, because once the white knight can transfer from c3 to e2 and f4, white king probably locates on e2, or g3, king f1, king g2. It's even more safe. And then you have to keep it in mind that it can be any time that you open up the h file, which can be very annoying for black. Even though the f6 bishop is defending quite well the problematic squares for the king, like the h8 square, but it can be something that in every single move Tari has to be calculating again in the game, whether is h takes g6 now more unpleasant than before.
Should we have a bet which way he's going to go with the queen in this position? It's really tough to call. I mean, I don't know what my instinct says, to be honest. My instinct is calculate this one first, queen b5. If it doesn't work, then I look for backups. Yeah,
I agree.
Queen e2.
But you know what? After queen b5, maybe a6. And look what a trap, queen c5, bishop e7.
Oh, you got me. Whoops.
Oh.
Trapped in the middle of the board.
So
okay, definitely not queen b5.
Okay, yeah, somehow I had the feeling that it's you have to calculate it because that's the most inviting one, but at the same time it's still very tricky. I would go queen b1 to leave the space for my knight on e2.
And how would you meet this move? We're just ignoring the knight on d3 if it arrives, I guess.
Oh, probably king f1, g3.
Let's say I plant it in. I guess you can always remove it if you need to, with knight to e1. Difficult position to assess.
Difficult because the queen, in the other hand, queen on e2 can be more useful, because in such a position after knight e1, queen f3 would be already prepared to attack the d5 pawn, right?
But then on the other hand,
queen e2 on the board.
Queen e2 on the board, yeah. I would just like, on the other hand, the queen on b1 kind of like ties up those loose ends on the queen side.
Yeah, so the difference might be in that type of position, just to show, the white queen coming out via this angle, f3 or g4. And from f3 it would stare down at the d5 pawn. I think it's a great decision. It's always hard to kind of choose instinctively 2 or 3 options sometimes, but that's where we had to calculate, didn't we, just to kind of come to the right conclusion. And likely the same thoughts were going through Fabiano's head in that long think that he just had.
Well, it's a big question, I think, now, that how to decide and to play on for Tari, whether to play c4 or can he do and play rook c8, let's say, and keep the tension. Because this is a very critical question. And if you decide to play c4, maybe it's better to do it immediately, because it can be very tricky, I think, the pawn structure if there will be an exchange of pawns. But at the same time, I would be also considering that maybe rook c8, and after all, I want to take on d4, and possibly even in some occasions I can sacrifice the d5, give up the d5 pawn for compensation, though it does not seem at first that that will be the case. But maybe cd4 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question would be, what happens, where do you go if I kick your knight? Now, because you can't jump into d3 any longer, I guess you go back. Do you take on d4? It's already getting sharp, right?
Yeah,
this
I think
position.
you'll have to take on d4.
Maybe you have to take, and if I take with the knight, now you go back.
Yep.
But yeah, again, it feels shaky. I don't really see how to benefit with white. If black is in time, then you'll be completely fine. But even if, for example, I play a move like queen f3 or king f1, yeah, I don't know, something like this.
Yeah, queen f3 is a good question.
Yeah, feels like this pawn, you have to decide what to do. Maybe you give it up, as you mentioned, Judith. You can kind of flick in a check anytime you want, but as Magnus pointed out, the king just sits happily on f1, and maybe g2 a bit later.
But yeah, I like that decision. I mean, my instinct, though, is never to be like solid, especially when I'm commenting. When I'm playing, different matter. But when I'm commenting, I'm like, yeah. Unleash my inner barbarian. And I'm just thinking, you know, can like white try to get more tactical opportunities?
In that variation, Jovanka, you want to attack?
Yeah. So okay, well, and then it was pawn takes a3. I love that move. A3, pawn takes, knight takes. I was just seeing a target in the middle of the board, and instinctively, you know, after knight c6, I was like, could we go forward and try to hit the d5 pawn?
And how do you do that?
I was thinking knight b5.
Ah, knight b5. Okay, wow.
But then I think d4. Finally, I can get rid of my pawn.
And then I'll just get out of the way of any...
Yes.
And also there is another way, instead of d4, to capture on c3 first, maybe, and after knight c3 to play d4.
d4, yeah. Yeah, and I will not take this one because, of course, I get skewered. But instead...
Yeah.
Sorry, Jovanka.
Yeah, totally. You have to show that, sorry.
I was just going to say, maybe king f1, maybe you castle. I'm not sure which one.
Well, there's even pawn takes pawn as well. Just well, maybe I'm just... sorry, h takes g6.
Okay. And you want to mate me, you want to get in somehow like this, checkmate the black king.
Yes.
Could happen.
Oh man, I'm just like a person with a one-track mind. You know, I see checkmate and I want to go for it.
Valuation bar approves, Jovanka. You might have found the winning move. Now you're threatening to take this pawn. Now you're threatening to drop back and checkmate. Yeah, maybe white is just in time. Maybe this whole line with castling the black king, we could start to see the drawbacks now.
Yeah, this is exactly was the problem, especially when black is giving up the black square bishop. It can be immediately some pinpointing the problems.
Yeah, so it looks like out of everything we've seen so far, c4 is the best way to give Tari some counterplay.
Okay. And this game looks like it's brewing up very nicely. It looks like Fabiano is in good shape there. And can we go back to the bird's eye view and revisit some of the other positions? Because in the excitement of the Hikaru Magnus, we haven't really touched on too many games. Like, for instance, Magnus said that Wesley So and against Anish Giri would just end in a draw. What do you think?
Should we go and investigate why he said this?
Yeah, let's go, because I think it's the moment where we're going to see some simplification in that game.
Yeah.
Well, at least we can do a quick confirmation or quietly disagree.
Who knows? Maybe Magnus was wrong. But I don't think so. We see Anish Giri on the camera. It looks like he's done a good job of equalizing as black, but no more than that. Wesley rock solid with the white pieces. This is the current position. Let's do a quick action replay. We did miss the opening phase, so let's see how the queens came off. And let's backtrack right to the beginning. It was another queen's gambit declined. And here after d4, we saw at this time it was the Tarash. And okay, this variation, they call it the Berlin of 1d4. Often white plays e4 here, and yeah, things get traded off in this type of position. The queens come off the board and the game goes on. But instead, bishop g5, bishop to e7. So now it's actually a transposition to a reversed c3 Sicilian, a reversed Alpin Sicilian, which is interesting. White, of course, having the extra tempo. Black's central pawn, isolated pawn, weak as usual. And we saw the black queen coming out. And okay, this is how the queens were traded. Queen a6, really clever move, cutting across this diagonal, preventing white from castling. And if white can't castle, you don't want the queens to be on the board. So queen to d3. And yeah, g5, pushing the bishop back in order to gain the bishop pair. Black eliminating the white dark square bishop. And this is the current position. Judith, any life here? Any life left?
Well, I think the question is, well, white wants to get rid of the bishop pair of black. So the question is whether bishop d4 or knight d4 will be played. Because I have doubts that anything else can give black an opportunity to play for a win in a way, let's say knight e5 or something. I mean, white has such a beautiful knight blockade on d4. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that when you have two knights, only one can be standing on d4, right? So that's usually a problem. But after knight e5, let's say bishop f5, it's very tempting to place it there on f5. After that, white can go b3, controlling the c4 square. Then I'm going to play rook c1, possibly improving my position with f3, king f2, bringing both of my rooks on the c file. So I would think that it's mainly white who can play for a win. So my question is whether how to start to simplify the position. Let's say if we take bishop d4, starting with that, knight d4, e d4. What is this position? Can black be in any danger? I understand that the bishop on e6 is biting into its own pawns. At the same time, if black brings the king to g7, f6, rook c8, rook e8, can white improve significantly in this position? I don't think so.
Yeah, this type of endgame with all the rooks off the board arises in a variety of different openings, and that's just the dead draws. But yeah, it depends whether white can do something with the rook still on, maybe in conjunction with f4. I mean, it feels like it doesn't do too much f4. Black can just simply kind of put a pawn on f6 sometimes. But yeah, I guess this is the kind of position that Giri is weighing up. If he can't be better, you might as well go for a position like this if you can kind of guarantee in your mind that you will be making a draw without too much pain, without too much suffering. And Giri looks like he's about to make a move.
Yeah, he didn't want to go into the simplification and just go to a very boring game. He wants to keep the tension. Again, we can talk about the tension part, right? That you don't want to give up because I can do that later as well. I don't think it's a bad move at all. Maybe it is the best move. Rook c8, because for the moment it seems that no matter how white gives up the tension, knight e6 will not lead anywhere, because the knight on c6 and bishop on f6 is covering extremely well the d4 square. So it seems like there are later points where black can decide, and he wants to improve the position before exchanging, because, well, maybe now bishop has to be moving to b1 to not allow the exchange possibility later. I think the whole position is pretty much balanced for the moment.
Yeah, you could definitely envisage a position where neither side can really improve their position. Just kind of the rook comes to d8, the king comes to g7, black can just sit, and it's very hard for white to do anything.
That's very true. But I mean, I have to say, I really love your bishop b1. By the way, I think it's great because I have big plans for that bishop. I would put it on a2. But it would be like the cherry on top of the cake. Because first of all, the rooks would come to d2 and then double up, and then and only then, when you have complete control, the bishop will come. And then, isn't this like still something to annoy black with?
Yeah, and I think it's really important the point that Judith made. If black didn't have any knights on the board, for example, if, let's say after rook d2, black were to take, then this plan looks really strong, really simple. Just rook d1, bishop a2, at some point move the knight out of the way and gang up against this pawn. The problem is with one set of knights on the board, then anytime this starts to happen, the black knight might start jumping into c4 if you put a pawn on a3. And yeah, it's the type of situation where they say you always want at least one of a kind. The bishops alone are great for black, but with a knight to combine with them, you get great chances. And likewise, white doesn't want to be the one initiating any trades, because if you take on c6 or e6, black gets a pawn closer to the center, joins up with that d5 pawn in the center, and actually black's going to be the one who's better. So it feels, yeah, I agree, it's a nice plan, but it feels like it still has some counterplay for black, these types of positions.
Absolutely. And this is probably a good time to take a quick break. But first up, we have to mention that the 2023 Speed Chess season has arrived. The Junior Speed Chess Championship begins June the 13th. This 4-day event showcases the best young talent in speed chess with over $45,000 on the line, but the real prize goes to the winner alone. The top finisher will move on to the main Speed Chess Championship later this summer. Don't miss a moment of the Junior Speed Chess Championship starting Tuesday, June the 13th, right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use JSCC in chat for all the details. And with that, we're going to take it to a break. Stay tuned, because when we return, we'll break down all that exciting chess action.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome back to all the action in Stavanger, and there you can see it's a beautiful day. The swans are out, but no players are swanning around in the playing hall. Everyone is working hard, and I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kauska, and it's a great pleasure as always to have these guys in the studio. Legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and David Howell, our regular Grandmaster in the corner.
It's good to be here, Ivanka. I'll get revenge for that eventually.
We're just having fun, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been a fun day. What a day it's been so far. I do feel bad, however, we haven't got round to some games too much. It's been just non-stop drama. We've had results, of course. We've had Nakamura against Carlsen, 2 games actually in their match, the Armageddon being decided now. And Judith, I know we really want to get to the game between Mamedyarov and Gukesh. And here we see them in the camera. It's a really tense battle over there. They've played out a number of moves already. Really tense middle game. They're at move 18. And this one could fizzle out. But it could get really exciting if Gukesh is feeling ambitious here. And actually it's Mamedyarov in turn, with white, if he's able to whip up some fire on the board. So let's jump in and discuss what's been going on in that clash. Any favourites? Who did you predict before the game to win?
I don't know, but I'm very, very interested about the game, how it will be unfolded because of yesterday's round. It was so difficult for both players, I think. They were sweating and it didn't turn out to be good. Mamedyarov had a fantastic position yesterday with black against Firouzja, and he was very upset when he ruined it, not only to a draw, but actually he lost the game. And Gukesh gave a great fight, and he had opportunities against Nakamura. So for me, it's very interesting and curious how it will be developed. I like black's position, by the way. He developed very well. His rook just came to c8. So right now already, after move, 18? All the pieces are out in development.
Yeah, and a big question for Mamedyarov to answer right now. There's a threat on his pawn on c5. Like you say, black is fully ready, but does white step this pawn forward, initiate some trades, some exchanges on c6, maybe mass simplifications on that square, or is there another way? Do we just kind of retreat the knight? I'm really reluctant. It feels like that would allow the black light squared bishop to come out and, to a much more active square. I don't know if there are any tactics maybe in the position that he's calculating right now.
Right, and also if you step back with the knight, it does allow black to actually step forward with the pawn on e5 as well. So it does feel that now is the time to do something, and of course bailing out with c6. It's tempting, at least you guarantee yourself 1 point.
The question is whether it's bailing out or whether it offers an advantage, the pawn to c6. You will get the bishop pair, it looks like, with white. If black captures everything on that square, And the question is whether that's enough. Bishops can be extremely strong. We've seen that multiple times already this tournament. Should we jump in? Try and work out what's happening?
Exactly. Let's see what happens after c6.
Yep, so this is the first move that I think any player would calculate, just because it's so direct, so forcing. Here, I don't think black has an option. You have to take, and I'm not sure it matters in which way you take. Now for white. I'm assuming knight takes c6 here.
Knight takes c6.
Hitting 2 pieces. Black will recapture.
Yes, because knight e7 is a threat.
Yeah, and this is the first junction. Queen takes or bishop takes. I kind of want to take with the queen. I'm not sure why. It feels uncomfortable, the tension. But then again, I'm inclined towards simplicity in my old age.
The question is whether after queen c6, what happens if black goes queen b8?
Yeah.
And you have to go queen b7. After that, I will be exchanged.
You can grab the pawn.
Ooh, clever tactics.
Oh, queen a6, so I can take on b2 because rook c8, and after rook c1, bishop takes c1.
Exactly.
Okay.
I understand that the bishop pair is no longer like in the best possible shape, but a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, we learned that if you have the opportunity to grab a pawn, there is no hesitation about it, right?
Any pawn grabber really salivates at the thought of winning a pawn, even if you have to suffer for a move or two with a bad bishop on c1.
Okay, so after queen c6, then queen c6 is kind of a must. Bishop d6 maybe also. No, queen c6, and then the question is whether white would be probably taking with the bishop, but actually rook d2 is coming in the next move.
Do we have to maybe take with the rook? And let's say after another set of exchanges, rook d2, can we just defend with rook b1? I'm slightly reluctant to allow counterplay on the king side with knight g4, but I'm hoping that I can jump out the way with my bishop and threaten your king maybe on the back rank.
And you know what? We are going to actually see the players answer these questions, because c6 has been played. Gukesh, quick as a whippet, did take on it with a pawn.
Yeah, and I think all of those moves are, well, if not immediately forced, then at least the most logical, the most direct attempts. And we will see white with a bishop pair. The problem is, if we follow this line slightly further down, I think Gukesh is going to take this knight. There we go. He makes the move we see on the camera. Let's follow this line down. And I mean, the question is here, for example, if the rooks come off the board, does white have good winning chances? I would say yes.
I don't know, I would go rook d2, and after rook b1 probably something like h5 to give some space for my king on h7, and well, anyway, h5 these days are the most common move, and somehow I prefer it there than on h6. But white can go a4, let's say, and keep an eye on the a6 pawn, which probably he wants to grab one day.
But how is the counterplay on the king side with knight to g4, as David mentioned?
Yeah, this is the question. That's why I also wanted to play h5.
h3,
that knight g4 in the next move it can come. But the only problem was for me, that's why I wanted to push a4, because I can move with my bishop, right? Because the a2 pawn is under attack. But maybe here black will be completely fine and in time with the counterplay.
Yeah, maybe if h5, h3, as you mentioned there, Jovanka, and next move a4, then we get out the way with the bishop. It's a lot of ifs, it's a lot of buts, but if white gets everything, then long term, I was taught at least, and from experience, this light squared bishop in conjunction with an a-pawn can be extremely dangerous later in the game. So still some chances, and if we go back to the current position.
Maybe here rook d6 can be an option, or you go rook c1. Yeah, because my idea was to go rook b6 and to pin the rook.
All the pins. That's extremely annoying, that one. Yeah, rook d6. Maybe I also can go back this direction and put the bishop on b3 if I really need to break any pin on the b file. This is the type of position I would love to have against one of these top guys, because there's no risk for white, but the question is whether you win it.
That's true.
And I'm not sure you win it that many times out of 100, but I think Mamedyarov made a good decision there. This is the current game position after queen takes c6, and Gukesh, he will spot that queen b8 is impossible due to queen takes pawn.
Yeah, this is a very important part, that queen b8 is not possible, and practically black cannot avoid the queen exchange, it seems.
Yeah. So this one came from the English Opening, a bit of a strange branch of the English Opening, but yeah, Gukesh, just so impressive. Just it feels like he's navigated the opening really well, really solidly, and Yeah, I would love to see an Armageddon between these two, gotta say.
Well, there is some chance, but before that, Mamedyarov will press quite a bit, I think, in this position.
Yeah, and it's deceptive, right? The computer says completely level, 0.0, but it's only white who can really claim an advantage.
Well, maybe there are some concrete ideas which can be the case. Well, I don't see better than queen takes c6. I don't see a better version than that. Queen d. Well.
Yeah, but in all of these lines, it's like black has to be accurate and energetic and kind of precise just to equalize, right? If black plays well, it's a draw. If white plays well and black makes 2 or 3 steps, some chances.
Shouldn't be that bad for black, to be honest.
Yeah.
Queen takes c6, you went rook takes c6, right?
Let's jump back in. Queen takes c6. Rook takes c6.
c6.
And before we dive in with rook takes c6, I just wanted to ask you, you do have the opportunity to trade rooks. Of course, you can go bishop takes. So just in general, how do you decide when to trade and when not to?
Well, I think in this position, it becomes very concrete. So after bishop c6, rook d2. And the problem is for white that he cannot avoid losing the a2 pawn, or he has to exchange the bishop and give up the black square bishop, which leads to a very drawish position.
Okay.
Yeah, so here there's a concrete reason. I mean, one thing that I always think about is, I win most of my games because I have the bishop pair these days. I don't know how to checkmate. I don't know how to do anything else. It's because I get the bishop pair and grind my opponents down, and I just think the bishops, they gain in power as the other pieces leave the board. So that's why I would love to get all the rooks off the board. That's why I'm kind of biased towards getting one set of rooks off. I would love to eliminate the last set of rooks, and the bishops on their own, they will dominate against the bishop and knight. Still not sure whether it's winning, but yeah, you'll be the one having all the fun. And as Judith says, whenever white wants, white can always bail out with a draw, going for opposite colour bishops. That's why the bishop pair is so kind of delightful to have. No risk and a lot of potential reward. So yeah, bishops, they gain in power later in the game as pieces disappear. That's why I'm kind of inclined towards, in this position, rook takes rather than bishop takes.
And those are instructive little rules that you can use just to help you make those decisions. So, yep, queen takes, queen on the board. And I also quite like the way that both these players are pausing before they take these big decisions. And I think that's super instructive because it's so easy for people just to kind of lash out and just play instinctively what they feel is the right move. But as we've seen time and time again, sometimes you miss golden opportunities by playing automatic captures.
Yeah, but I think both players know they have more than an hour still on the clock. So there is no rush at all in such a position. It's much more important that you're doing your moves and you think that everything is under control. You made this move because there was no other opportunity, because bishop queen b8 was not working. So this way it's much easier to move on in the game.
Yeah, and those rooks are off the board, the position we predicted. And just one set of rooks remaining. Black can get active for one move with rook d2, but it becomes very concrete after that. Can black neutralize the small initiative that white would have in the ensuing endgame?
It can be an idea, you know, to go rook d2, and after rook b1 to go h5, let's say, and after that I would want to go activate my knight to d5. But I see that Gukesh thought about it, that it's better to do it immediately.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. There's a small threat on the board of knight to b4, hitting the white bishop and hitting the pawn on a2. Really nice move. And yeah, I think if he'd hesitated, if he'd dallied one or two moves, white would have had real chances for an advantage. This might be a clincher. I'm looking at some tactics already as well. Like if the bishop drops back to a4, let's jump in. If the bishop drops back, knight b4, hitting the pawn. Can white cling on to the a2 pawn like this? It feels like if you can just somehow get rid of these two pawns on the a file, dead draw of course, pawns on just one flank, one side of the board. Oh wow, he hasn't gone for this. Okay, rook to d1. Is this one going to fizzle immediately, Judith? Is this going to be an instant draw after rook d1, knight b4?
Knight b4, but maybe he's just I changed I was going to say maybe just trade of rooks, but of course you cannot keep the a2 pawn.
Yeah, now the bishop is attacked, the pawn is attacked. double attack, knight fork, we're going to see bishop b7, knight takes, everything off the board. And yeah, as soon as the black knight comes back, it's a totally different story now that the a pawns have gone. If the a pawns were still on the board, the bishops would have targets on both sides, but this time the knight is just as good as a bishop with pawns only on the king side. Let's zoom out of this one for a second because it's going to be a draw. I think let's go to the players' cameras.
Yeah.
No more analysis needed.
Yeah. And how many moves have they made?
They still have to repeat their moves, I believe.
Raw move 28.
But not for long.
And what is Gukesh going to play? He retreats his knight.
Yeah, such mature play, I've got to say, from him. I would have been panicking, but he neutralized it so easily.
How are they going to find the repetition?
He goes back to b4.
No.
He goes to d5 from e7.
Yeah. They only need to make 2 moves or one move now before
here
the
it
draw
comes.
offer.
Here it comes.
Exchange on e7.
He's going to allow that exchange, look g6 or something, and then bishop takes knight, and that's it. There will be a handshake, opposite color bishops.
Who's going to offer the draw, though? That's the big question. Looks like Shaq is ready.
They didn't even, they just nodded in agreement, and that was enough. And a draw has been agreed, and this means that the game between Mamedyarov and Gukesh will be decided by Armageddon. I wonder whether they were getting a telling off from the arbiter.
Yeah.
That they will be starting in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Usually the etiquette dictates that you make a move and then you offer a draw. It wasn't Mamedyarov's move. He just nodded. He just kind of winked, smiled, and that was enough. The position was that drawn, dead drawn.
Have you ever had that with an opponent where all you've done is like smile and then you've kind of like agreed that it was...
I'm too proud, Ivanka. I force them to make the move, then I just sit there mulling over their offer, showing them who's in control. Even if I want to accept the offer, you've got to show them that you're not desperate for that draw. But these players, they want to preserve energy, of course, and they want to get down to business in the Armageddon.
And well, that one will be happening in roughly 15 to 20 minutes. And this means that we should check out the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games. One that I'm dying to revisit is the game between Nordibek Abdusattorov against Alireza Firouzja, because we even got the thoughts of former world champion Magnus Carlsen. And he thought that Firouzja was slightly worse, but would thrive in later complications.
Yeah, Magnus did say that Firouzja had been taking risks, at least strategically, with the black position in order to keep the game alive, to keep counter chances up his sleeve for a bit later on. We do see that the black queen has done a little dance. She was on a3 last we were here. Now she's over on the king side on g5, but she's not really backed up, not supported by any pieces, and black is tied down. The black bishop tied down to the c6 pawn, Judith, the black knight tied down to the b6 pawn. Who would you pick here?
Ooh, it's not easy to say because it is very nicely tied down, the d7 knight to b6 pawn, right? From white's knight on a4, which was just the last move. And which means that also the bishop cannot be brought out through c8. I would be thinking that maybe black will be playing somehow rook e6, bringing up to the 6th rank, and then putting it either to f6 or just keep it on e6, and then it can the bishop can move away. But still, black has to solve this problem that how to get out of the box, whether c5 anytime it's possible, or black can just completely forget about that, looking for counter chances, open up c5, d takes, knight e5 or something. But it seems like that it's not easy to loosen up the situation for black.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, why they say in a Carlsbad structure dictated by these pawns for black on c6, d5, and these pawns for white on e3, d4. Usually you don't really ever want to touch the b pawn. Normally the b6 pawn would be back on b7, and black's pieces would be free to do what they wanted in the center or on the king side. But yeah, for now, he's really lacking that extra minor piece. If there were dark squared bishops on the board, I think that's why Magnus was so surprised by that trade. If black, okay, rook e6 on the board, if black had a bishop on d6, it would kind of give attacking chances. It would kind of stop white from advancing on the queen side as well. But yeah,
but
right
maybe I would be hesitating. Maybe it's something very bad which I'm going to ask. If my plan is, let's say, to go rook d6, eventually, the main idea is to move the bishop to c8, and after that to play b5. I push your knight to c5 and then knight f6. So I play double or nothing. I start playing on the king's side. So if my bishop can be on open up with knight f6, then it can attack a little bit towards the h3 pawn. I understand that it's not something that I can be very proud of, giving up the c5 square after b5. It's just thinking about something concrete stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, it's interesting. I've actually seen that kind of idea done before. So it's not entirely out of the box. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I remember I played a game against Esipenko in the Grand Swiss once, and it was basically this exact same pawn structure, and that happened to me. I've never been so shocked in my life as when he played b5 in a position like this. I was like, wait, are you committing strategic suicide? But then I realized, wait, he's just giving me one square. In return, he's getting so much activity and keeping all the pieces on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, it's not something you want to do with black, but it's a kind of desperation from some point of view, right? Right now, I cannot play real. It's not included in the game, the b7 bishop at all, and the d7 knight is also not taking part so much. So with the a4 knight, right now, two pieces are paralyzed, kind of.
And what about as an I love your plan, but what about as an alternative, just simply to double on the e line and David
F5.
knows. David knows. Yeah, and now you know exactly what's coming next.
Yeah. I'm completely fine with that.
Okay.
Play f5.
Yeah, it makes sense while the white knight is kind of sideline distracted, kind of tying down black's pieces on a4 to strike on the other side of the board. Yeah, I'm always reluctant to push my f-pawn, but here I don't see anything wrong with that one.
Especially that after f5, rook g6 also can be kind of unpleasant for white.
And it's very much up Firouzja's street there. It's up his alley to go for some kind of activity.
But maybe white will stop this and play queen c2, for example, now.
But
should we jump in? Because there's a couple of things I want to see here. First question, is Abdusattorov going to play an extremely ambitious move? I'm really trying to work out right now whether it's...
B4.
Yeah. B4, it's too late. Push the pawn to b4. And...
Nice one.
Yeah, I mean, it's either very good or black is fine here.
And after AB, you want to take knight b6, right?
You read my mind, Judah. I'm just trying to work out whether it's... I mean,
but maybe it's tricky
legal?
because knight b6, queen b4, c5, and then d4. So
yeah.
There is some...
I was trying to do some nasty stuff, but you're right, d4.
d4, e4.
Just to point out, threatening checkmate, e4. And now you can come back maybe? Pin?
Well, you can go rook g6 or
yeah.
Rook c6 also possible.
It's interesting, our styles. You want to checkmate, which I should really be looking at. I didn't even have that on my radar. I just wanted to draw back and pin and defend my bishop, but that looks a bit sad. Probably just rook b1. So yeah, I mean, such a crazy position. I just spotted a tactic and I'm not sure it quite works. But b4 in the current position, I mean, worst case scenario, white just takes back and still seems some threats.
Yeah, we have queen e2 on the board.
Okay, so
instead of this nice idea which you offered.
Yeah, I mean, it was just fantasy, my variations there. Maybe too ambitious instead, going back to the game. Queen to e2. What is the idea here? I guess hinting at a kind of queen trade, hinting maybe that he'll come to a6 and trade off black's bishop.
Well, maybe he just wants to have the queen closer, right? And only after this possibly play rook c2, doubling on the c file, or playing rook c2, rook b1 and b4.
And what about your plan of playing b5? Is that something to consider?
But I wouldn't like to exchange the knights, I think. So after b5, knight c5, then we have to exchange the knights.
Right, but if you just simply say, you know what, I got one bad piece, but the rest of my pieces are quite nicely placed, isn't that a good compensation?
The problem is, yeah, one bad piece makes the position bad, and here there's no activity against the white king. If there was activity, maybe. But yeah, if Judith, you also mentioned, for example, maybe ensuring that the knight survived, and for example here, It might be hard to arrange. I was going to say first drop the bishop back, and then your idea was b5 in a situation like this, right?
Yeah.
And now you can run away from the trade. Suddenly things have opened up.
6, yeah, this was kind of the idea.
Yeah, so interesting stuff. It does feel kind of, like you said, counterintuitive to allow a knight to land on this beautiful outpost on c5. Launching pad there, but
the real problem is for black, I mean, you go king f1, let's say, or king h1, right? So
you know the move that I want to play. F4.
F4.
Nearly traps the queen.
Nearly. No, I actually just wanted to get rid of the queens because I feel that white has great chances in the endgame.
Makes a lot of sense as well. I mean, these positions, they're so rich, they're just so tense. Just one pawn push from either side and the dynamic could completely change.
But this is a big question, for example. If, let's say, black exchanges the queen f2, king f2, and let's say I go h5, I don't want your g4 around. We know you already. So we don't allow g4. And there is a beautiful knight on c5, but how can you regroup it the way that you're happy? To d3, to e5, because then there is an e4 square. It's not so easy to...
Is this where you start chipping away at the other end, like a4?
And black blocks, I guess.
b4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, Ivanka, you're not pushing pawns on the other side. I would want to play f5, king f3, king f4, g4.
I didn't even know such a plan existed. Now you've enlightened me, David. Scrap a4. That is where I will have my eyes on.
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, this position, right? This bishop is a bit dead on c8, but both sides have given each other squares. Probably just in the balance, but anything could happen.
Serious maneuvering starting.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go back to the current position. It is after queen e2. If the queens disappear, the type of thing we just showed could well be relevant, but still, that in itself is a big decision. Any queen trade would completely change the nature of the game, and I don't think it would be a happy decision for Abdusattorov, who wants to go for that attack, as Magnus said, who wants to keep the tension, go for something dynamic.
Yeah, and maybe I've just realized that Abdusattorov's plan is actually to trade off queens. You know, maybe he's threatening queen to g4 with the idea of bishop f5 if the queen trade is declined.
Yeah, he's at least hinting, right?
Yeah.
That's always useful. As Judith, I think you said in previous days, the threat's stronger than the execution. Sometimes you kind of play a move like this. Queen g4 might not be a threat. Maybe it backfires, but you get your opponent thinking about it for 5-10 minutes, and then you get your opponent thinking about bishop a6 for 5-10 minutes, and they start kind of seeing ghosts.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, this game is also looking to be super interesting, especially in the later stages. But can we go back to the bird's eye view? Because I'm just going to ask you your opinion on some of the other games. So there are two that kind of spring to mind. First of all, Fabiano Caruana against Arian Tari. Has Arian survived the worst of it? And then my second question is the game between Wesley So and Anish Giri. Is that going to head into draw? Because there's been some changes.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, we left the position where Anish played rook c8. Maybe we can go back to that point, because he was postponing this exchange on d4, but later on he did not find anything better than that idea, right? And somehow he did exchange things on d4.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Judith, let's do an action replay from the moment we last left the game about 5 moves ago. And let's jump in. It was here. Black played rook a to c8. Very logical move. f3. An idea you mentioned, Judith, just bringing the white king closer. Very nice kind of strategic move long term. As you said, found nothing better than trading everything off. This position looks drier than paint, but right now after king f2, suddenly things burst into life, and it was here after a set of rooks came off. Wesley found the move rook to c5, and he's saying, yes, we can trade, but it's on my terms. If you trade rooks now, it's not going to be good for black, because the white king has a clear path into the center. White's pawns are connected outside majority, and white will likely win this endgame. So his hand was forced, and rather than play a move such as bishop e6, which looks solid enough to me, Giri provoked Wesley by playing b6. He provoked him to take this pawn, Any rook trade there would have been a draw with the symmetrical pawn structure, and now bishop e6, rook e5. Black's a pawn down.
So, but not for long. Bishop a2.
Bishop a2 is taking. Or does he have plans of...
Does he finesse it? Does he start with the move rook to d8?
But then the white king will step forward to e3. And maybe that helped white.
Yeah, do you feel Anish just relaxed a bit too early? He thought, this is going to be a draw anyway.
No, I don't think you can be so superficial at this point. He has to understand and know what he is doing. I think he thought that he wants maybe a little bit more interesting endgame, not this symmetrical. So that's why he was pushing b6, because he felt that giving up the d5 pawn for the a2, he's not risking anything. Which I'm not sure he is completely right, because indeed rook e7 is going to be pushed on the 7s, and then if the pawn is going to be playing a5, then you go rook b7.
Yeah, and white's d pawn is potentially very strong if it could start advancing.
Though still rook c6, and how can white proceed? Black will go rook c6, rook d6, black king comes g7, f6.
Maybe it's just that white puts a bishop on e4, just kind of brings the king. Black is very stuck. Yeah, it should be solid enough, you would think, but it definitely feels like Anish has taken a bit of a risk, and he goes back with rook d8. So in the current position, not taking here yet. First, starting with rook d8. I don't know what that changes, to be honest, after king to e3.
I see something, and it's a small thing. Once the king steps to e3, the rook on e5 doesn't have too many squares.
Lacks squares. The problem is we can't attack it yet.
I know, that's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, black can go rook d6, for example. But after rook d6, a3, f6.
And then the rook b5.
Yeah, it's a pity that taking this allows a check. Otherwise, otherwise I would be able to pin you along this diagonal.
I didn't see that one. Happy accident.
But rook b5, and yeah, pawn up for white. Not the best pawn in the world. It's isolated. It's controlled for now, but a pawn is a pawn. It's certainly Wesley who's the only player who can win this game right now. Anish fighting for the draw. And I do expect Wesley in the game position just to improve his king. Why not?
Yeah, king e3, bishop a2, rook e7. And then, okay, let's move on the way we expected before a5.
Yep. And what could give white an advantage here? I don't
know,
see
because
it.
the black rook seems to be so good on d6.
Yeah, just to show. Great piece here on d6. Is it? No, not king e4. I just want to advance and come in. But yeah, this doesn't look like it should work. It feels like there's something here.
You're joking. You want to go king e4?
I was half joking. I just saw the evaluation bars on white side and I don't understand why. It says...
e4, it's like going into checkmate. Rook e6.
Let's see if you can mate me, Judith. Try and checkmate me.
e6, king f5. I mean, you're provoking me. Yeah,
that's how I play chess.
Rook e3, bishop e4, right? And then you want to go king f6 and you want to checkmate.
I want to checkmate you.
Guys, I'm going to interrupt you and say there's still obviously a lot of fun to be had in this position, but I do have to take it back to the bird's eye view because we do have an Armageddon game that is on the verge of starting. And of course, that is between the most creative grandmaster around, Hikaru Mamedyarov, against one of the young and upcoming talents, Gukesh, just 17 years old. And here he is getting in the zone, ready to play Armageddon. And of course, the rules of Armageddon, they're very simple and they are very fast. White will have 10 minutes on the clock. Black will have 7 minutes. And the players do get an extra increment after move 40. And here you go. Here's the graphics that I wanted. And it will be 1.5 points for a win and 1 point for a loss. But the most important thing about Armageddon is that black will win with a draw. And I cannot for the life of me remember what we predicted in this game or the other games. But what do we think?
Yeah, in the Armageddon, I was so impressed by Mamedyarov in his game against Tari 2 days ago, where with white he sacrificed a pawn early, he played quick, fast, confident chess. Even though it was speculative, even though it was potentially unsound what Mamedyarov was doing, he put pressure on the opponent on the board and clock, and he was repaid with a win. So I'll say Mamedyarov a favourite, but Gukesh, he's a different kettle of fish, of course, and he never gets nervous.
I think it will depend very much on the opening. Because if Mamedyarov will be able to get the opening of a messy, complicated, full of action kind of position, then I think he would be definitely the favorite. If it's going to be a very balanced game, as it was in the classical game, I would put my money on Gukesh.
Okay. Well, Gukesh is getting seated there. Gukesh is certainly a different kettle of fish, as David said, because for one thing, he has a very tactical, very fighting style. He's not going to be afraid of entering into those complications or the chaos that Mamedyarov will be looking at initiating. But on the other hand, we have actually seen on, for instance, the Champions Chess Tour that Mamedyarov can be an exceptional endgame player. And let's take a look at some of Gukesh's impressive stats. He number 17 on the FIDE World Ranking. That's just incredibly impressive when you think about the fact that he is just 17 years old. For David and myself, we were still at school. For Judith, you were already conquering the top of the world at that age. But Gukesh is third youngest grandmaster in history and a fearsome competitor.
Yeah, every time you say it, Jovanka, I think of that Stevie Nicks song, Edge of 17. And okay, we're off. It's the English opening, the symmetrical English. This was what was played in the opening of their classical game earlier today. So a repeat so far until this last move. Gukesh striking out in the centre, e5.
I played this move when I was a kid.
Ah, fond memories, Judith.
Yeah, I remember when I was sneaking into my sister Susan's big room where she was studying, and I was maybe 10 years old or something. And I was telling them, e5, c5, great, d6, bishop g7, knight g7, bishop e6. No, there is a weakness on d5, don't talk. And then I was insisting.
And did you play it throughout your career? Did you stick with that opening?
I played a lot, the c5, e5 system. I'm not saying it's the best way, but I played it.
And what about this? Now you have a5 and now you have h4, and quick as a flash, Gukesh just says h6. I'm going to meet h5 with g5. And surprisingly enough, no games in the database. New territory.
Yeah.
I think it's a good sign for Mamedyarov, this position. I think he couldn't think of something nicer than this.
Yeah, it could transpose back to maybe more kind of mainline theory here. It's common nowadays to throw forward h4. Did they do that back in your day when you were playing? No.
No, they were positional. d3, castle, knight d1, knight c2, knight e3, knight d5. And they claim that just because they have the d5 weak square controlled, they are better.
I think I've told my students that at some point.
You see?
Yeah, little do they know that there's more to chess than one square.
Exactly.
One weakness is not a killer.
Mm-hmm. And they call this the Botvinnik pawn structure, at least when white has it. This kind of clamp that black has on c5, d6, e5, very solid stuff.
Look at that.
Knight f1, knight e3, reaching to d5.
And there you go, knight e3 on the board.
Yeah, but Gukesh answering quickly. He's surely going to castle now. I don't see any attack that white can create with this pawn on h4.
Well, and after having the pawn on h4, white will not have that plan to play castle and f4, e4 or something. Sometimes in other positions.
Yeah, h6 a very useful move for black. h4 questionable for white, but there we go, Judith. Commentator's curse.
This is what I thought. f4 is not an option after h4, but I was wrong.
That's the one thing I've learned from commentary. If you say a move's not going to happen, it will happen, guaranteed.
Okay, so the move we want to make it happen, we just say it. That's how it goes. It's
black definitely won't play king h8. Rook e8.
And guys,
he's going for it.
There was a poll where we asked who will win this Armageddon, Gukesh with black or Shak with white, and well, the poll was quite convincing. They said that Gukesh would win with black at 64%.
Wow. I guess he does have 2 results up his sleeve, a draw or a win. That's kind of 66% of the results are in his favour. So it makes a lot of sense. And these guys very balanced in the classical portion. But suddenly, for the first real time, Gukesh is having to sink into a think. And yeah, I like what he's doing, Judith, I must say. Mamedyarov, he's asking big questions, breaking up black structure already. Very flexible with white's king as well.
Absolutely. It's very much Mamedyarov's piece of bread. I'm completely sure about that. And many times he's really just playing with intuition, right? H5. I don't know if he takes it or I will take on G6. I just want to go. But another question is whether Mamedyarov's king, is it going to be in safety any part of the game?
He doesn't care about his own king. He's locked in and focused on the enemy king. That's Shakira in a nutshell. And okay, black's coming in, knight d4. So he's, okay, question mark attached to that move. What's his idea?
I don't know. I mean, my first instinct is kick that knight away. I mean, could it be he's thinking about bishop takes knight? No, he's not. He just wanted to provoke e3.
Wow, mysterious stuff.
Maybe he wanted to do that. So after f takes e5 and hg6, the bishop from c1 is blocked, so it cannot capture the pawn on h6. But I'm not sure that you can really do this, give away 2 tempes like that. Because now the queen is coming to h5.
Mamedyarov's having fun. You see the kind of finesse he put on playing that last move, kind of drilling the queen into the square on the board. Yeah, feels like 2 tempi, giving up 2 whole moves there for black.
I don't believe in knight d4 giving 2 tempes this way.
Yeah.
I mean, the queen was invited, right, to h5. He didn't have to. Anyway, I think e3 was the move what Mamedyarov had to play.
Yeah, and it's not as if this bishop on c1 is closed forever. It could well come to life later on with a timely e4 break, and it could break through eventually on this diagonal to the weakness on h6. Watch out for that one later.
Bishop d2. He wants to castle long, g4, rook g1, knight e4. I don't know, but it looks scary.
I'm
Very
terrified.
scary for black.
And, well, you see Gukesh retreating with his bishop, getting ready to attack the white queen. Queen drops back. Still scary stuff. I mean, how is black going to untangle? Black has no active possibilities whatsoever. He's just waiting for white to initiate the attack.
Well, b5. Yeah.
Wow.
Expecting this.
He's going all in, though, Gukesh. This is a sacrifice.
But he has to go for counter chances for sure. Otherwise, he's going to get checkmated.
Yeah, I think you're right, Judith. This is where these young players are so good at spotting the dynamism. And I think that move is top of your radar, top of your instincts. For me, I'd find it extremely difficult. I'd have to kind of sit there and work out that giving up this pawn is justified. But you're right.
Good thing is in Armageddon, you just don't think, you play it, right?
True. Only 4 minutes on the clock.
I'm not scared, guys.
You would also go b5, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I would just capture the knight, and then I would take on b5 with my own knight, and I would say, pawn up.
Yeah, the thing is that knight e7, then queen takes e7, and if knight b5, then e takes f4, and there is a pin.
Ooh.
But no, he took back with the knight.
Wow. e4, he is opening up this bishop. It looks like a miss, according to the computer here, with the cross, the red cross there that we see. But that's not because it's a bad move. It's a decent move. It's just maybe there was something
But look how many tension we have with the pawns. Look at that, 4th and the 5th row. It's like, who takes who?
Who takes who? It's like 2 armies, and they're basically like standing. You can feel their breath on your face. Those
clash
2 pawns.
starts.
Yeah, it's a scrum. And yeah, I completely agree with that comment there. Mind games. And such a tense position, but it feels so dangerous for Gukesh. And take a look at the clock time. Just over 3 minutes, and white's forces are lined up against that h6 pawn.
That h6 pawn is in danger.
But also white's king, take a look at that. Also not safe.
Whose king is going to be mated? It feels like one of these kings is doomed. It's, yeah, they're in peril right now.
Problem is that queen d3, I think impossible on simply rook d1. And the queen can be in trouble. Queen c2, rook d2, queen c1, king f2. Look at that, and there is a queen trap.
Yep, that would have been a queen trap against the black queen if it had captured. Instead, a move with a question mark, a mistake from Gukesh. Bishop to g6 looks natural. He's escaping with his king if he really needs to. Last resort there. But maybe there's a killer blow here, a knockout for Mamedyarov.
This is so much of Mamedyarov's type of game. There is no way he will not shuffle things the way that it will be victory for him.
Yeah, and he has the time to figure his way out of this deep dark forest. He has just under 6 minutes on the clock and lots of captures. You can play bishop takes bishop, you can go pawn takes pawn, you can even castle your king to safety.
Long side.
Yes, of course.
To safety.
Wow, he's, I was going to say, is he going to castle there? No, he doesn't castle on the short side.
No, because that could be trouble. Queen d4 check, right? So king on e1, that's the real safety nowadays.
It's all about a pin, keeping the options open with the white king to go long later on. He's delayed it. I once castled on move 37. Queenside. Will Mamedyarov break that record? Rook to f1. And this is nasty. Huge threats as well. Bishop d5 in the air with a nasty check.
But what about queen d3?
Yep.
He has to play it.
He has to play it. And Gukesh, of course, has found the most active move.
d5.
The black king is going to start running.
But maybe you should leave that king on f7 because it stops the black queen checking on e3.
But I'm afraid that if bishop d5 you don't have a good spot. Where do you go? King e7.
Yeah.
Right? Queen g6, queen e3, knight e2.
Wow, and it just matters there about whether black can deliver a killer blow. I don't know if he can.
Probably there's simply knight d4.
Black's rook is also coming down to b2 in some of these lines.
Who is checkmating who? And well, Shaq now under 5 minutes on the clock, and this position is insane.
And remember, they don't get any increment until move 40, so still 12 moves to go, and even then, only a 1 second increment. And in this chaotic position, in this melee, it's going to be so tough to navigate. This game is going to be decided in the next few moves. Shaq needs to invest his extra 2 minutes now. And so many options, Judith. You mentioned
bishop d5.
Maybe bishop check.
Yeah, king e7.
And then rook f3 first, just to make sure that there's no...
that's also a cool move.
Yeah, and rook to f3, kicking away this black queen. Looks very sensible. I'm also maybe looking at... Oh, rook d1 doesn't quite work here. There's still some tactics in the air. He needs to do something. If the black king moves, the white queen is going to be attacked. He needs to break the pin in a favourable way right now, Mamedyarov. He's calculating your move, bishop d5 check, surely. We're taught that way, checks, captures and threats in that order. Bishop d5 check is the first one you look at. If it's good, you play it.
Yeah.
If not, you've ruled it out, go for something else.
Right, and black also has the idea of actually playing queen takes g3 check. So I do feel that bishop d5 is quite a natural move.
The thing is that he cannot play bishop d5 now. He has to calculate what's the next move. So that's why he's thinking bishop d5, king e7, what will be my next move, right?
Okay, it's on the board.
It's on the board.
He takes the bishop. The line you mentioned earlier, Judith, is on the board after a 2-minute think. But Gukesh, for sure, was investing his time thinking.
What about queen f1?
Ooh.
But it's not. No.
Wow.
And
we see the bar drop. Is that a winning move?
I don't think so, because takes knight h4, queen f7, right?
And... wow, this move has been given a double question mark. Queen takes g6. Black can take on f1 now, take that white rook, trick the white king onto the f-file, discover check, knight h4, hitting the white queen.
Queen f7, so it's not
queen
so
f7.
good. I think queen e3 has to be the...
Okay, but what next? That's the question.
Or rook b2 simply.
It's one of those two moves.
Rook b2, queen e6. Yeah, there is no more check. Rook b2.
Well, he's reaching for his queen. He's going to go queen e3 check. And the knight is going to block that check, but I think it's your move, David.
Oh, now knight d4. Now there's going to be more checks.
Oh.
Wow, knight d4 question mark, missing potentially a win. I think it was that. Rook takes b2, Jovanka. The black king would have been able to dance its way to safety, while the white king would have been mated. Now knight d4 on the board. Okay, queen takes e2 is a checkmate threat. What do you have up your sleeve? How does white defend this one?
Or maybe you just have to give the checks. And maybe, but of course...
just check and hope for the best.
A draw is as good as a loss for Shaq.
Has Gukesh got this one in the bag? Move 31. Not too much time left on the clock. 1.5 minutes for Gukesh. Bishop takes c4. I have a feeling White gets checkmated in a lot of these variations, but you just got to gamble at some point.
Trouble, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you also have ideas of for black. This is rook takes rook, and then the other rook will swing. Oh, there's so many unpleasant possibilities. And Shaq fighting for survival. He is in a must-win situation.
Shaq not on the attack anymore. It is Gukesh who wants to checkmate. And yeah, he needs to step back. He needs to defend. He needs to do something, Shaq. Still time advantage, 30 seconds up on the clock here.
Well, maybe queen g7 to start with. And after king d6, to go bishop c4.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you have to rule out that trade of rooks.
I mean, you could also start with bishop c4 maybe, but I agree with the feature chat a moment ago. Firstly, this one, queen g7 is natural, but a moment ago it said ignore the engine because this is just chaos. It's just a gamble. Neither side is...
c4?
Yeah, neither side is knowing what's going on, really. They don't care about the evaluation. They're just trying to survive. Ooh, at least there's no checkmates for now.
Yeah, yes. And here it comes. Rook takes pawn. There are trick mating ideas on the board, though. Knight takes knight, big threat. Or rook takes knight is even a bigger one.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Jovanka. The problem for white is you have to do something. You can't defend any longer. Yes, you can check the black king forever, but that's just a draw. You need a win.
Yeah.
He forgot to castle, and okay, a check. He's taking pawns, as long as the black king dances to safe squares. Okay, he's put himself on a light square. I'm surprised by that, but it looks safe for now. He needs to keep moving quickly.
And
no
both
hesitation.
have 1 minute and few seconds.
Still no increment for the players. Checkmate threatened within 2 moves for black. White needs something quickly. I don't see it. I don't see a defense.
The problem is for white, he has nothing better than to give checks.
It should be a draw with best play. Mamedyarov, he just needs to gamble. He needs to find a way to keep the game going at any cost. He gives another check. And another check. The black king going to move. Is
c5.
Gonna... Oh, forward Judith. Into the lion's den.
No, he wants to maintain the balance and puts his king back to d7.
Will Mamedyarov continue with the checks? Will he retreat the white queen? He needs to try something. He's going to check from all the possible squares, but he's the one lower on the clock now. It's going to be physically difficult to keep the game going, let alone make the moves. Save time on the clock. Keep checking.
Time is ticking.
Under 20 seconds.
The problem is Gukesh has found the perfect squares for the king. Nothing to do for white. It's just a draw, best play. Oh, he's running. He's running. This is where he risks it. But rook takes knight. The black rook can capture, right?
Yeah, but he didn't damage his position. Anyway, he has the perpetual check, which leads to victory for Gukesh, right?
And he can still go knight takes knight, because there's no way white can introduce a new piece into the attack, but he's actually plays rook. And then here come the checks. Whoa, what a game. He's hovering around the 10-second mark.
And he's giving all the checks, but he's not repeated the position 3 times yet, Mamedyarov. He's expecting Gukesh to retreat. And the question is, what next for Mamedyarov? Can he activate the white rook? Does black have a threat? Wow.
Finally, bishop, king c5, bishop a6, look at that. Made the move. There's no checkmate yet for black.
No checkmate. And look at that black king out in the open, leading from the front. Mamedyarov leaning back nervously, looking at the score sheet. He realizes he gets a 1-second increment now. He continues the checks. The white rook cannot enter the action. That's the issue.
Well, black has to watch out for his rook not to step on the b file.
Yeah, he's finding safe squares so far.
5 seconds for Mamedyarov.
But nothing to do. It's just a draw. He's checked from nearly all the possible squares now, and Gukesh finding safety.
Rook d1, what a move.
Oh.
Wow, and queens are off the board. The game goes on. Still some chances.
Now it's a perpetual check.
And that's it.
There we go.
Out.
And the players agree to a draw, meaning Gukesh takes the points.
He wanted it so much.
Yeah, you could see the relief on his face, the emotion, and well, congratulations to 17-year-old Gukesh. That was an explosive Armageddon game with it livening up in those last seconds.
What a position, what a difficult position he got into after move 15 or so.
Yeah.
He still has emotions.
So impressive, the youngster getting those emotions out now, sitting at the board, setting things up, really calm. The Iceman taking the points. Mamedyarov so close, but not close enough. And wow, it feels like we've had so much action today, but still 3 classical games ongoing. It's like a buffet, this Norway Chess event.
Well, when you have players like this, I mean, we are in for a treat every single day. And
we have some crazy happenings, you know, in the meantime between Mamedyarov and Firouzja.
Should we revisit those games?
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's go round the horn and update ourselves on the 3 classical games in progress. We see Firouzja there deep in thought. This one has exploded, as you said, Judith. It felt like something was brewing. It felt like the calm before the storm when we left it. And now with the players still around the 45-minute mark, anything could happen. Black has given up a pawn, though. It was Firouzja who decided to initiate these tactical sparks. And okay, let's jump into the position. And we'll do a recap. There's only been 3 moves since we were last here, but 3 big moves in the grand scheme of the game. And this is the position. Just to do a quick recap, let's jump in. And Queen E2 was where we left it. C5 immediately. We mentioned it as an idea, maybe not in this exact position, but D takes C5, D4. Cheap trick, spotted. Queen takes G2 is going to be a checkmate, but it was blocked. And Firouzja's just dropped back with the black queen.
Yeah, because it's interesting that I couldn't go E4 just to block the bishop, because simply B takes C5 would be the move. Right? So, very interesting idea by Firouzja to play C5.
Yeah, and what do you make of this? Avoiding the queen trade. Black is temporarily a pawn down, but now he has counterplay. He's hitting the E3 pawn. He's hitting the C5 pawn. Yeah.
Right, so it becomes very tricky, this position.
Yeah, white has 3 or 4 captures. I think we can rule out queen takes D4 just because of knight to E5, and there's a skewer. The white queen or bishop will drop. So we can rule that one out for white. Like you said, pawn takes pawn, impossible because of rook takes E1.
What bishop F5?
Hit the rook. And now I can gain time against the white queen. I'm not sure how I want to do that. Knight E5, knight F6. One of these 2 moves. Let's say knight to F6.
Knight F6, queen H4, let's say. Let's start with that one.
And now I gain time against your bishop, maybe.
Rook E5.
Yeah, next move, if given time, I can just take on C5. I can take on
And
E3.
if I would have gone to F4, then you would chase me further with your knight, or what would you do?
Maybe I was also wondering about either
Say
rook E5 or G5.
Say G5.
I wanted Jovanka to say it G5 on the board. Push those pawns.
I'm going to let you do that one.
I was tempted to try and be a bit clever with rook E5 first and then G5, but it feels like, yeah, I might as well flick it in first. Maybe G5 here. But still so complicated. Oof, what a position. It's so random. Everything hanging. The white queen hanging, the black rook hanging.
So let's see if instead of bishop F5, is there any other move for white?
The first move that kind of like gets my attention is moves like knight takes pawn. I know. There's a pawn on E3 that's dropping, and I can see that the bar says, nope, that is going to be a losing move.
Maybe knight takes C5.
I think knight C5 is the problem, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hitting the bishop, and now your knight is no longer protected.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, how is pawn takes pawn then?
Yeah, maybe that's the one that he's trying to calculate right now. He's definitely looked at knight takes knight. As you mentioned, Jovanka, we always have to look at all these. Whoa, the bar's moving. What's wrong with this?
I think simply knight E5, capturing on D3, D takes E3.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Something to, or queen E2, D3.
Yeah, just for example, as you say, Judith, one of these, the queen is hit. Suddenly everything is crushing into ruins around the white king.
Yep. That was very convincing. So let's rewind. Thank God we're just analysing, and this isn't actually a game. But I mean, this is the type of way that white could easily go wrong. One bad move, and that's it. You could be out.
So maybe queen E2, after all, was not a good decision by Mamedyarov, you know, because this is a very nice, energetic idea for black.
Yeah, and it feels like the stakes are extremely high for white. With black, you're going to win the pawn back. White is the one kind of balancing on that tightrope.
And the knight on a4 is now very much needed. Would be needed on the king's side, right? Because it's just out there.
If you could put it on f4, for example, you'd just be winning with white.
Or f5. It's
Or
also
F5,
not bad.
Anywhere around the king's side.
Yes.
And what about random moves like e4? I mean, no, knight e5 is no. Ignore. I've fallen for that once.
The problem is that e4 is not possible because knight e5, queen moves away, knight takes d3, and then bishop takes on e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a massive threat, knight e5 in general. Hitting the bishop, hitting the queen, and yeah, scary stuff right now.
But actually, maybe it's still possible to make. Why don't we check it after e4?
Yep, let's jump back in. Yeah, e4 suggested here. And I mean, first of all, black could maybe just take on c5 if you want to keep things stable. B takes c5 and then only then threaten rook g6 or knight e5. But
that's true.
Threat is the threat stronger than the execution. First, this is the most direct. Hitting the queen. The queen oh, not there.
Well,
rook g6.
Queen e2.
Queen e2. And now we want to take and to take. And is white just...
It looks horrible.
Yeah.
I mean...
It looks scary.
Well, queen d2, it's not the end of the world just because it looks a little scary.
I don't like horror movies, Judith. Anything that scares me, I steer well clear of. But yeah, you're right, actually. There's no kind of knockout. It feels like this g2 square is so tender, but no way to break through there.
Yeah, and yeah, this just doesn't look so pleasant. But I just checked the analysis, so the engine bar, and the engine says that if white wants to maintain equality, bishop f5 only move.
Only move, wow, and going down that variation.
Yeah.
This is what we started.
Yeah, your instincts, Judith. Your first instinct. And I guess maybe first instinct for Nordebeck as well, just backing it up with calculation.
And I'm sure he is very unhappy what has happened in the last few moves.
Yeah, and it's fascinating. Magnus sat there in that chair just, what was it, an hour ago, and he said, yeah, Firouzja, taking risks, because it will explode at some point. He will, at some point, get activity. And I was laughing inside. I was like, it's the most boring position ever. Black's passive. Black's got no pieces to attack with, and suddenly this has happened. These top players, they know everything. Yeah, bishop f5, if that's the only move to maintain the balance, I fear for Nordebeck.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I don't understand. Why is it so good? That's my only problem.
Well, it's just a question of survival, right? And there is another move that it says but black will get a slight advantage, and that's to go queen f4. But that looked very odd to me. No.
That looks unnatural somehow. I guess it's just getting out the way of any knight jumps, but a difficult one to find, queen f4. Maybe the idea is to jump into c7 in certain positions.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, we will have to leave Abdusattorov as he ponders over how he can maintain the balance in that particular position. And we need to take a breather. We need to refresh our cups of teas and coffees. And we are going to go into a short break. But we do have to mention that it is a perfect time to join the official chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use !community in chat to get in on the action, and we will be back into the action right after this break.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 was mate.
No way!
It has to give it. Mate! You bloated me!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No! No!
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challenges ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome back, and we hope you're refreshed and ready for the next part of the round, because things are heating up as time starts ticking down. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, it's been such a wonderful pleasure to have here in the studio with us Judith Polgar, part of history, a legend, and someone who's watched it all from the commentary desk, Grandmaster David Howell. I'm sorry, David. Last one, I promise.
It's a pleasure. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. It's a pleasure to be here too, Ivanka.
It's been great fun.
Yeah, and we've seen so much action so far today. 2 games now decided in the Armageddon. What are our thoughts so far? We've had some time now to catch our breath and kind of mull things over.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a fantastic start, where first of all we had that short and sweet game by Hikaru and Magnus, and then like Wild King's Indian, and of course the second game going to Armageddon between Mamedyarov and Gukesh, and that one was quite mad, if I have to say so. Pieces flying, wild tactics, and let's actually hear more from Gukesh as to what he thought of things during that game.
Hey Gukesh, it ends up being quite the hectic Armageddon game there.
Yeah, it was super exciting. This was not what I had planned before the game, but suddenly when we reached this position, I thought, okay, I'll try this opening, which was not part of the plan, but I guess it worked out well. But I just missed h5 in the opening, and I guess I was busted. But yeah, it was quite complicated, and he went wrong.
How is it to switch your mind frame from a classical game to Armageddon on such a short time in between?
I don't know. I didn't really think much. I just thought I have to play a bit faster, especially since I was black. I was just thinking I need to play fast, and yeah, that's basically what I had planned.
Now you get a rest, then you face Magnus Carlsen. Do you prepare any differently for him than the other players?
Let's see. I didn't really think about the game yet, but when I'm preparing, I'll make a call.
You've done well so far. You're up there in the top. Do you think that game, or maybe a match, if it becomes Armageddon against Magnus, will define your chance to win this tournament?
Oh, it's. I mean, we are not at the half point of the tournament, so it's a long shot. I mean, playing Magnus is a fun game, and I'll treat it as a nice as a game against the best player in the world, and I try to give my best, and let's see what happens.
And we look forward to seeing the best 17-year-old in the world playing against the best player in the world.
Thank you.
Gukesh there giving us his thoughts on his crazy game against Hikaru Nakamura in the Armageddon, and his thoughts on his next encounter, which of course will be against Magnus Carlsen. It's, Gukesh, he's still 17, and this is only his second time where he's been playing on the world stage. First of all, he played in Tata Steels, and now here he is again, butting heads with the world's elite.
Well, I think he takes it one at a time, and you can see when he's giving the interview how modest he is, and he's very careful what he says. But it was nice to listen that he said that playing Magnus is going to be fun. And I think, of course, when you're 17 and you start playing on these elite tournaments, of course, it's a real treat for him, because he knows exactly that he's not in his best yet. He's a rising star. So from day to day when he's playing, maybe he's going to become, every day he's stronger and stronger and stronger. And he knows that this is just the beginning, the opportunities he's receiving by being able to play here.
And Judith, you made your breakthrough into the elite when you were a teenager as well. How did you find it playing your first kind of super tournaments, your first round-robin events?
Oh, that was quite some decades ago. You want me to remember those years? Well, it was very challenging, and I don't know how much self-confidence I had when, let's say, I played in '94, for example, the first time in Linares. When you know that you're the underdog, I mean, here, Gukesh, it's not the same case, but when I played in that tournament, it was very clear that I was the lowest rated player, so everybody was hunting me down or wanted to challenge. And yeah, that's kind of the easiest game, right? I think the most important thing is that you really take it as a learning process, and even if something doesn't go your way, you know that you have to learn a lot of things until you can really match with those guys. And you shouldn't be discouraged. You have to take it as a learning process. At the same time, whenever they give a chance, grab it.
Yeah, I mean, that type of healthy attitude that clearly you had then, I mean, Gukesh seems to have it now. Just, he said it, learning experience, just enjoying the moment. I mean, that shows just huge maturity. I'm not sure I've ever had that when I play the top players. I'm just shaking with fear. I'm like, okay, just any result, any means possible.
And in the meantime, we do have a result between Wesley So and Anish Giri. That one has ended in a draw. Wow. Sorry about interrupting you there, David.
No. This is far more important, and that means another Armageddon, third of the day. 3 games so far have finished, and this one we thought was mostly in the balance. It lit up, it kind of came to life towards the end there briefly, both players now pointing towards a square. Maybe just discussing 1 or 2 of the key moments, but a fair result, Judith.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much of a balanced game. Very quickly, the queens were off the board in this after the opening, and Black had the isolated pawn. But one weakness is not end of the world, but definitely not the end of the game. And Black played very active with the bishop pair and the knight on c6, and then practically Wesley did not see any better than to centralize his knight in the center. And then there was a liquidation in the game, so it was without too much of excitement, this game. It was like little interesting strategic and positional details, but it was by far not enough that even posing to Anish real problems.
Yeah, and looking forward to that Armageddon game. Who do you hold as the favourite? Can Wesley shake it up and win with white this time on demand?
I think Anish will be extremely tough, and he can play under control. And let's face it, I mean, he's a very stable player, so to make a draw with Black is I think, easier for Anish than a must-win situation with white. So, for example, against Wesley, I think he has much better chances to collect this match point with Black than if he would be playing with white.
Interestingly enough, both players have actually had mixed fortunes in the Armageddon. In the first round, both of them won. Wesley defeated Hikaru in a very scrappy game that went right down to the final seconds. And then Giri was just in complete control against Abdusattorov. Whereas in yesterday's round, it was the complete reverse. Like, Wesley seemed nervous towards the end, and
okay, it depends who you play.
Right? Yeah. I mean, completely
Wesley
right.
played against Magnus, and Anish played against Fabiano, and he's also extremely tough opponent and extremely stable opponent. And I think in this, when you can be extremely stable, it's very good to play with Black, because it means that with white you have to provoke things, right? Mm-hmm. Because you play double or nothing. And for the character of Anish, somehow I feel, and for So, that I feel that it's easier to play for them with Black, but maybe it's only my feel for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we will delve into that Armageddon game once it begins in roughly 15 minutes' time. Meanwhile, we haven't seen the game between Fabiano Caruana and Ariane Tari for quite a while now. It has evolved, and the position that we see in front of us looks really dangerous, I've got to say, for Black, with Black's king, an open H-file nearby as well, and we just see a big decision on the last move from Ariane to trade his beautiful dark square bishop for one of the white knights. So now the pawn structure is imbalanced for both of them, and the stakes high as well. Judith, what do you make of this decision? Is it as scary for Black as it looks superficially?
Well, the thing is that, you like it or not, he wanted to save his pawn on d5. So it was, I think, a very concrete decision. that he thought that he wants to save the pawn, and also not only saving the pawn but ruining white's pawn structure, right? So after bishop c3, bc3, I mean, white has all these weaknesses on a2 and c3. So the big question is how to defend and save the pawn on d5, at the same time being alert and paying attention that g4, queen h3, for example, can come in a second, right? And suddenly there is a huge threat on the h-file. So black has to be extremely careful, watching out after doubling on the h-file with the rooks, or queen g4, queen h3, or what I mentioned before, g4, queen h3. So those are the things which he very much has to take care.
Yeah. And also I just wanted to highlight after g4 that there are ideas of maybe even going the whole hog and sacrificing everything, like putting the rook on h7, knight e6, queen takes f. Yeah.
Beautiful, Jovanka. Let's bring up a board to show some of the tactics in the air there. Great creative vision, and that's definitely on his radar. If, let's say, Ariane plays a random move, let's say a6, g4, even if I just play rook e5, I think you can go for it now, right? Your idea?
Yeah.
Boom, knight e6 check, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, maybe I am mistaken.
Maybe you can go knight takes g6 and
maybe
do it that way.
Yep.
The problem might be that rook h5 at the end.
Aha.
But we can show it all the way.
Yeah, let's say
just
black
the idea if knight e6, rook e6, let's say.
Yeah, if black is mistaken.
Yeah.
Your idea, rook h7. So watch out for this theme to rise check. You trick the black king away. You take, forcing the black king forward. And yeah, at the end, as you mentioned, if the rook was on e5, maybe the rook can block. But here, this will walk into checkmate. So definitely in the air, this type of thing will recur from time to time, and Ariane has to watch out for it. So g4, big threat.
Yeah, but for now, the d5 is the big threat. So let's see if knight e7, queen g5 he goes.
Not liked by the engine. First question is, does white grab a pawn? Maybe there's more ambitious options as well. Second question is, do we just go slowly? Do we play a move like rook h4, try to swing the white rooks across to the h-file to try to infiltrate later?
Well, I would definitely test rook d5 first.
It's a capture.
Wait 1 second. You were a certified member of the Pawn Grabbing Association.
Yes.
That was my first instinct as well.
Rook takes d5. Yep, it is possible. And the evaluation bar doesn't move, so looks like a free pawn. And after rook takes d5, I don't think we want to trade the queens. Black would have good compensation there. But knight takes and the attack goes on.
Knight takes d5.
Yeah, what's Ariane's idea? I don't see it, I've got to say. Knight e5 is just a one-move threat. You can just move the queen out of the way, happily. Pawn up.
Maybe there was no idea to Ariane. He just was simply so afraid of g4, g5 that he thought, okay, you know what? Let me play this type of position. I'm a pawn down, but my piece is active. Don't have to worry about the king.
Yeah, don't have to worry about the king. Unless white goes for something else, maybe. But I think maybe just too tempting. Makes a lot of sense to just grab a pawn.
But can we go back to rook d5, knight d5, knight d5? And you went queen e4. After that, what about rook c4?
I didn't spot that one. Whoops.
But maybe you just go queen f4 after all.
Yeah, maybe in this position, queen f4.
Here, well, you come back to c2, queen g4.
Yeah, I didn't want to retreat the queen. Rook c4 looks strong in the other line there, so queen takes queen. I guess we take with this pawn.
Or if you want to keep the queen, then you go queen d1 or queen e2 instead of queen f4. But I think this endgame is very difficult for black.
Yeah, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe queen d1 is clever, just to kind of come to d4 later in some circumstances. f4 is threatened.
And you can stabilize the d5 knight playing e4.
Yeah, cement
I mean,
this
it's
beast.
a pawn up.
Yeah. Take it. Just, I think that's what Fabi can.
After queen f5, rook h4 is a nice move to defend on the force.
Full control.
Cover the e4 square.
Yeah.
Or knight d3.
Oh, I just
maybe
realized.
I blundered something.
Is there some knight jump as well? Maybe knight e7. Oh, then I have to calculate, but I don't really.
Do we have to calculate? Queen e4, f3.
Yeah,
because knight takes f3.
And
knight f3.
Hitting this knight. Maybe we can just take the rook and get away with it, and there's no good discovered checks because the white king can move. But yeah, this is what Fabi might be thinking about further down the line, but right now it is all about whether he takes this free pawn in the center of the board. The other option looks like it's doubling up rooks on the h-file.
And this is the problem for the player who is underdog in a tournament, you know, that you lose a game like yesterday, Tari lost in a very unfortunate way. Next day you play against Fabi, and it can happen to you again. And this is the most frustrating in a very strong tournament. What happens if you are just not good enough? Even you can play pretty well compared to your own level, but simply the others are stronger, and it's not easy to handle.
And tomorrow it will be a free day. I mean, how does one recover from a loss before a free day? Because it can be a good or a bad thing, right? You could have that extra day to stew on your mistakes, or you could have an extra day just to forget about it. What's your take on it?
Well, chess players don't like to talk about these things. What you do after a loss. I retired so many years ago.
What did you
Why
do,
do you want me to talk about my loss? But, well, I think in every tournament you have different techniques, because it very much depends also how you lose the game, against who do you lose the game. If you know that you gave a great battle and it was a very interesting game, then I'm not upset really. I mean, okay, it's a pity I lost, but my opponent was better, right? But if you make unnecessary mistakes, for example, it is extremely annoying. But what you have to do is that try to forget what has happened until that point. Think about points that, is there anything that you did very wrong that you have to change? Or just go on and make your preparation and try to stay focused. That's the most important. It's very important not to lose your self-confidence, because if you start drowning, then of course it becomes more and more difficult.
Right.
But here, for example, Tari, I mean, he was completely winning yesterday. He played a very good game. Unfortunately, he ruined it, not to a draw, but also to a loss.
But I'm also really curious now, how did you recover from a painful loss? Because I've heard certain grandmasters say that, you know, they will go running. they pound the streets of the city as fast as possible. And
it depends. I mean, there were moments when I was just crying. Then it was a big walk. But usually I was a good loser from point of view that I got over. Like after the game, 1 hour passed and it's already done. You go dinner and then you focus for the next one.
And to you, David?
Yeah, actually, I'm on record as saying I hate rest days as a player, just because once the momentum starts, I just want to keep going and going and going, especially if I'm doing well in a tournament. Rest days are the worst. You lose all your focus, you lose all your form, and it's as if you start a whole new tournament, and yeah, it can be very much kind of a momentum breaker. But if things are going badly, rest day is great. And in terms of recovering from losses, pass. I'm not a leading expert on that one. I used to struggle badly bouncing back from losses emotionally.
And interesting enough, I think all the players are here with their seconds. So what is the kind of the role of the second, aside from just preparing opening moves? Obviously, they spend a lot of time together. What did you find the most helpful?
The psychological aspect of a chess tournament is very important. So, of course, it's different when you have a coach who is a coach of you, generally speaking, and travels with you, or you only have a coach assisting you in a tournament. And for me, it was when I was a kid, I was traveling with my parents, my sister, so they were giving me this moral support, and they were cheering me up if something went not so well. But it was always very good that there were people around me who cared, and they followed very closely what was going on, so they knew exactly whether they can talk to me or what to talk about or something. But for trainers, actually, I did not have so many events where I had coaches with me. But my husband was also traveling with me later on, and he was giving the support. One of the most important thing, apart from getting good material, chess material and ideas, After the game, you go for a walk, you relax, they tell you stories or things like that, which cheers you up, or it takes off your mind from the problems or the things you're engaged with. Why did I do this or that? So somehow to loosening you up and get into the mood of play and excitement and positive attitude and somehow find a balance. So this coaching part is very important for a player.
Yeah, certainly sounds important. And David, have you ever been a second or had a second with you?
Yeah, I've only had a second with me once ever at a tournament, an English grandmaster, Stephen Gordon, and that was a tournament in the Netherlands. And I remember I was having a tough time. I was quite young, and I was playing in a field with Svidler, Galfand, some very experienced players, and they were just crushing me. And then, we just went out one evening, had a nice dinner, and he was like, okay, it's a new tournament, second half. And I did far better the second half. It was all psychological. The opening prep barely landed on the board, unfortunately. But like you say, Judith, it's a more kind of emotional support. And I think I lacked that throughout my career. On the other side, I have been a second a few times myself, and I very much kind of enjoy that kind of being there for the player. It's kind of a nice relief not to be playing and to kind of pour all your energy into the studying side, into the kind of psychological side. And yeah, all the players you mentioned have been doing that. And we see Fabi in front of us. Do you think Fabi's going to be recording a podcast with his second here? He's here with Christian, his Christian Caruana.
Well, they recorded not they. It was just Christian recorded analysis of game 1. So that was quite instructive. And nothing came out for game 2. I'll be watching Christian. We'll see. I think so.
I think latest after the tournament.
Yeah.
Latest.
I'll be tuning into that one. Fabi with some really interesting insights into his games. I saw him at lunch today, and he promised to join us in the studio at some point again this tournament.
Okay. Yeah, because that means that he's winning the match.
Exactly. Maybe today. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. So we look forward to that. And let's have a revisit of the game between Nordebek and Firouzja, because things were promising to look quite sharp.
Yeah, this last move, Judith, just the self-control, the restraint it must take from Fabi to retreat his queen preemptively. Interesting stuff. Queen e2 from Fabi. Just a quiet move, and the tension remains in that game.
Yeah, it's interesting that he was not taking actions. But the problem is the d5 pawn is there for a long time until it's not taken. I mean, the weakness is there. And he's thinking maybe to go queen b2. c4, long diagonal. The position is extremely difficult for black from practical point of view, I believe.
Yeah, difficult stuff. And meanwhile, we also see the other remaining classical game in action with Nordebek Abdusattorov deep in thought. His opponent, Firouzja, Alireza there, away from the board. We will catch up on that one a bit later.
Definitely. And because we do have an Armageddon game starting in roughly 3 minutes between Wesley So and Anish Giri. Oh, Wesley in a must-win situation. And let's remind ourselves of the Armageddon format. Black wins with a draw. That's the most important thing to know. The players will keep the same colours. White will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes, and 1 second will be added per move only after the players have reached move 40. It's not much, but it's a tiny little thing to have some hope for. And then 1.5 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. The drama begins.
The drama begins, and we await those players to take their seat, to get going. And yeah, I can't wait. 3 Armageddons. I have a feeling, though, that might be it. The 2 remaining classical games looks like a decisive result could be in store for us.
Well, still, I think Nordebek-Alireza game might end up in a draw, because it happens quite often, and sometimes it's full of fireworks, and then the simplification ends up in a drawish endgame. So there, I wouldn't give up our hopes. for another one.
And that's an interesting point by 8-Bit Andy. Says White is 2-0 in every Armageddon game Wesley has played this tournament. Statistically impossible for Giri to win now. The numbers don't lie.
Yeah, basing predictions on a 2-game pool is not sure it's the biggest statistical evidence to go on, but interesting. Yeah, it's true. Wesley won with White, lost yesterday with Black in his Armageddon games. So he needs a fast start here. With White, he was slightly fortunate against Hikaru Nakamura, it should be said, in the first Armageddon of the tournament for Wesley.
And yesterday for Anish, it was not very fortunate to play against Fabi, right? He got a reasonable opening, but somehow in the middle game, Fabi was so precise that Anish had no chance after that. He just drowned. But now Anish seems to be full of confidence. And I see that Wesley a little bit nervous. Don't you think so?
Wesley always looks slightly tense and slightly nervous. His heart rate actually starts off usually quite high. But he did tell us once that he feels very calm, even though his heart might be pounding.
Yeah, everyone has their own way of controlling their emotions. Wesley won't have too much time to get nervous. And it's a Nimzo Indian Judith. Some very quick moves, quick exchange in the center of the board. Black here is rock solid. We could get that Carlsbad structure again. And what do you make of this start to the game? It feels, well, I won't say unambitious for White, but it feels like he's just trying to get the pieces out, get a position.
I like this position with Black. I was playing it myself. And I like this kind of system for Black. It's very active. It's a very healthy position. Of course, White has his ideas later on with f4. Well, now it's a strange structure suddenly. I wanted to say f3 and e4, but suddenly we have knight f4 exchanges on f4, so f3 is not going to be part of it unless we go forward to the endgame and f3 g4 comes. But not for some time.
Yeah, interesting and very quick decision that made there by Anish Giri to give up his bishop pair, to give up his beautiful dark-squared bishop, the pride and joy of any Nimzo player for White's knight. Wrecking the white pawn structure, but those doubled f-pawns can be a strength as well later in the game. Now striking in the center, accelerating the play after giving the opponent a bishop pair. Good strategy there. And yeah, what to do as Wesley? Difficult decisions. First he improves, defending the d4 pawn. Do you think Anish is going to block the center?
And the question is whether knight g4 can be an idea here. But Black is not developed, so maybe a knight c6 kind of move and developing pieces is better. Or what you're saying, c4 is always a temptation, but the question is whether c4, bishop c2, and then quick b3 will be coming. Also bishop a4 sometimes, but c4 is on the board.
c4 on the board. White retreats or will retreat imminently. Which direction? That's another question. He can go the other way potentially with the white bishop. And this is reminiscent of that structure we were discussing earlier in the Ariantari game. Pushing forward always comes with pros and cons. White has a very stable center now, but Anish quick to develop.
And we can say that the players are practically playing based on their intuition because they're just flashing out the move, right? So they were not spending much time at all. And like they are really playing it as a blitz game, and we can say it's not completely a blitz game because nowadays blitz game is 3 minutes and 2 seconds, and here they have much more time than that.
This is like an ocean of time, having 10 minutes to start the game with White.
But I think it's very difficult to switch. If you would be switching to blitz, it would be much easier because then you know it's only your hand and intuition, right? But when it's 10 minutes versus 7, it is very tricky because if you get a lost position, then you're not going to play for time or so on. I mean, now 8 minutes for Wesley and 5.5 for Anish, but the position is pretty balanced. So he wants to go very much b5. And it was a very nice idea, I think, provoking a3, because already now b3 is not the same if he's going to be playing it.
And how is White going to liberate the two bishops?
F3!
Hey, F3! And drop it back to F2.
Earlier than expected.
Thank you, Wesley, for answering.
Yeah, he wants to drop this bishop back, and F3 is a multi-purpose move. This pawn on F3 controls, at least for now, this black knight on F6. And watch out, later in the game, when he's ready, when the white king is secure, he might even start throwing pawns forward on the king side using g4. And g4 has been a theme of the tournament so far. Look at wow, Anish Giri standing up to check the number of moves they've made. It's only move 17, Anish. You still have a long way to go before you get that desired increment. And wow, okay, I said maybe later in the game he's played it instantly.
Of course. Of course. What to wait for?
He's a braver man than me, Judith.
To develop the pieces is what I thought.
Well, I mean, you have your bishop on b1. What do you want to do?
Exactly. Develop it.
Well, I don't know, but it's, you know.
Bishop f2.
Yeah.
Bishop is getting ready to reroute itself.
To g3 or h4?
h4, right.
Or just for the moment to exchange the rook is also relieving the position a little bit.
Yeah, and black can advance all he wants. Anish does so, pushing to b4, but he's only opening up the white rook on a1. And I don't think necessarily Wesley minds retreating the white knight in the next few moves. First, he's mulling over whether to trade off a set of rooks to take or not to take Judith. Or do we just retreat now?
Well, the tension is there again, as in so many games. I would go knight a4, I think. But he takes on e8 first. And now question whether knight e2 or a4 and c5.
Mm-hmm. Would you be taking this pawn? Would you be trying to open up the white rook? Or will you just keep the tension? I'm surprised Wesley's even hesitating. I think I'd be too tempted
to take it?
To capture right now. Unless there's a downside. Maybe black doesn't take back with the pawn.
Makes a lot of sense. The rook on a1 isn't working. Take it. No hesitation from me.
Yeah, but in case you take and you go, let's say, knight e2, then black can go bishop d7 and exchange on a8. And I'm not sure you want to exchange the rooks from white perspective. Because maybe you're trying to dream still that one day it comes out from a1 to e1 or something.
Well, Wesley agrees with you. Knight is on e2. And when it comes to the clock situation, well, Anish under 5 minutes.
And, wow, pawn takes pawn.
Looks very bad for white, I must say. Rook b3.
He's entering. The black piece is pouring in. And you can definitely tell this is Armageddon, your move on the board there, Judith. You can tell the risks are being taken by Wesley in this must-win situation. He's imbalanced it. He's got the bishop pair. He's got this weird-looking pawn structure. And imbalances help your winning chances, but they do come at the cost of these massive risks if the opponent gets active. And look at that rook. So
at the same time, white can go king g2, knight g3, bishop c2, finally out of from b1, and then the a1 rook is rescued.
Oh,
wow, f5.
I like this move. I mean, okay, the computer disagrees and awards it a question mark. But for me, very nice practical choice.
Now I think there is a great opportunity for white to put this on c3 the knight. I don't know if now it's possible, but for sure it's going to be there. And it's a very nice location for the knight on c3. Maybe after queen c1. But now it's not so easy.
Can you even think about sacrificing? Like rook takes bishop and then take...
It's
done. It's on the board. Okay.
It's done. Because that bishop was becoming dangerous.
Yeah, not too much risk involved despite the material deficit now here for black, because you get all the light squares, Jovanka. That's your idea. And that's Anish's idea. Really instructive stuff. Black's light squared bishop could be the most valuable piece very shortly. White's king pawn structure, kingside pawn structure there is just wrecked. And the bishop's coming out. It looks so easy to play for black. But you still have to make sure that the queens stay on the board, that white's rook doesn't get active. First, what to do with this bishop.
But still the players have 5 minutes for Wesley and 4 minutes for Anish, and they are playing it as if they would both have a minute left or something.
Yeah, but I think for Wesley that's probably a wise decision to kind of like speed up the pace and just play those natural moves, because his only chance in actually winning this is just to initiate chaos on the board and to confuse Anish.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Anish hasn't been confused so far. It just feels like he's in the zone. This last knight move, really, really classy. White really doesn't want to go and take this pawn now because there'll be a nasty hit from the bishop. The black bishop would have come to f5, hit the white queen. Wow, the players are moving so fast. Barely keeping up here. And, okay, all the pieces on dart squares now. All of white's pieces, most of the pawns on dart squares, away from the colour complex of the black bishop. Watch out for this d5 pawn. It's under threat. What can
I think it was smart from Wesley to put the king on h2 on black square, just in case that the bishop will not cause any unpleasant tactics.
And he's lucky here. Any hit Okay, any hit I was going to say on the h3 pawn can be defended by white's queen. It could have been defended from e3, but that square is taken away from Anish Giri.
But this last move by
the pawn on d5, you want to say? Sorry.
Yes, absolutely. And we see it there from Wesley, because, I mean, black's last whole tactical point was that you couldn't take this pawn because the queen would step forward to f5.
Yes.
Yeah, do you think Giri missed or underestimated this move? Because you saw how nervous he was. He stood up to look at the screen to see the move number, and still kind of, he's got enough time. He doesn't need to think about the increment yet. Suddenly the black queen forces the white knight back, but the material count now is a pure exchange, rook for knight. That's too much for Giri. He's coming in with the knights though. Big threat, Judith.
It's not helping black to open up the position, I must say, unless bishop c6, knight f3 is really showing up on the board. But probably bishop d4, and now queen f2, queen e3.
Trade queens.
Queen e3. What is this? Knight c2. Knight c2.
Oh wow! Has he just blundered into a fork?
He has.
Wow.
Oops.
Knights are so tricky in blitz in speed chess.
Not only in blitz, trust me.
In general, Judith, knights are the trickiest beasts you will ever find, and simple material loss, and black is winning. Wow, he was just starting to work his magic, Wesley So there. White had opened up the position, he had the material advantage, he had the rook, and suddenly, is this just game over?
Yeah, and you can see it there from Wesley. He knows it is over, and he's just simply making those moves, because the alternative, just to resign the game. What a blunder from Wesley So.
And now he's trying the counterattack, the sneak attack here, using his knight to hit the black queen, but the black queen, as long as she finds a safe square.
Queen c6, let's say.
Exactly.
Maybe the simplest.
The fork remains. Queen c6 looks like game over. The white queen, I don't see any squares she can use to get behind, to get at that black king.
To me, it doesn't look like black can go wrong.
Yeah, maybe there's one or two squares where you have to be a bit careful, but yeah, just any
queen
safe
e6, queen c6, queen g6. So this is what I'm saying. When you lose in a way that you blunder heavily, those losses are much more difficult to digest.
Yeah, queen c6 on the board.
He's human, Wesley, so he's one of us, as we saw in the featured chat there. And suddenly what to do? How do you pick apart the ruins of your position? It might be just simply too late. Too little, too late here. The white queen, white rook attacked. White's knight vulnerable as well. I love this. Just, if in doubt, in blitz, put your pieces on squares. They're protected, like Anish has just done with his queen. Nice strategy there. Nice blitz tip for everyone. And
when finally Wesley had a good position, and probably he was already better, that's when he blundered. And the game goes on.
Yeah, and he's gambling here. He's trying to get behind with the white queen, but it's just not enough here. I think you can just take that rook.
It's also tempting to capture the knight. But I agree. Capture the rook, keep it simple, and he goes for it.
And now how to deal with this check. Do you block it? You can block it with your queen, with your bishop. You can even run with the king, potentially.
I like queen c8.
Simple chess.
Though everything is winning, I believe.
And he does do that. And Anish has all the time in the world. He has over 1 minute to find the way to put this point in the bag.
And you can tell on the body language there on the camera, Wesley doesn't really believe in his chances. Otherwise, he would be hunched over the board, making quick moves. He just gives a spite check there. But Anish is blocking everything. Yeah, just beautiful technique from Anish there. And he's going to try and repeat moves, force the draw. A draw is the same as a win for black. And a smile from Anish Giri. He takes the draw and this match.
Well, this was a nice gesture, I must say.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that the point is collected, but still, at least the game is a draw.
Professional, the professional approach. Do the minimum possible. Yeah. But yeah, the final position probably winning for black, but he didn't want to take any risk.
No, but also you're not so proud of yourself to win the game like that on a top level, blundering a rook, right? So you have kind of a bad feeling for the other one. You're collecting the point, don't misunderstand me, but you're not so eager necessarily to win the game.
A chess gentleman, Anish Giri.
Yeah. And there we see the players leave the hall, and well, another game that has been decided by Armageddon. And still 2 classical games remaining.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out all of the Armageddon games were won in Black's favour so far today. It's a black day, and will that trend continue? You mentioned 2 games remaining, Ivanka, 2 dramatic games. Where shall we go first?
I think.
I'll let Judith decide.
Go ahead. No, we have to go for both, but I'm afraid that we should be going to Fabiano Tari because that's...
Let's head there. There's a peace imbalance.
Maybe it's going to be not so long.
Yeah, this one could be over in the near future. Let's jump in. You can see again, body language, Fabi extremely focused. Ariane does not look happy at all with what has happened, what has transpired over the last few moves. And peace imbalance, queen for 2 rooks. White has the 2 rooks. White has the safer king. This pawn on f6, a real thorn in black's side, closing the cage around the black king. There must be some checkmating ideas here somewhere. I don't see it yet, but it feels that way. Any rook on the back rank now, if you could teleport one of the white rooks up to a8 or on the back rank, this would end in checkmate.
Isn't rook h1 a possibility right now?
Queen takes knight.
f3.
And
wow,
just like that.
Okay, he's played c4, also winning, holding on to the white knight. Yeah, I think we'll jump in and show that one, Judith. Maybe that was an immediate knockout. That would have been lights out for Ariane Tari.
Okay. Well, we should probably let the players figure it out here because it's time to take a quick break. We've had a lot of excitement and let's catch our breaths for the moment as we see Fabiano Caruana and Ariane Tari just slug it out. You're in for a treat. Catch you on the other side.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Hello and welcome back, and it's been an incredible day of excitement here in Norway Chess, and I'm your host Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with the woman who beat Garry Kasparov, Judith Polgar, and the man that got his autograph once, David Howell.
Oh, you got me again, Ivanka.
Only for today, only for, I promise, last one.
It's true, I do have Gary's autograph.
And we've had an incredible day of fun. It's been a lot of excitement, a lot of action. And talking about action, we actually had a result during the break as we saw Fabiano Caruana. He's just in dominant form, and he took down Arian Tari as expected. What a game by Fabi.
Yeah, just before the break, we were at this game and we thought, there's too many checkmating patterns against that Black King, and he found one, Judith.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, I think it was a pretty convincing victory by Fabi, we can say so, because after the opening already, when Magnus visited the studio, he also said that it looks pretty dangerous for Black because Black castled before time. And it meant that Fabi was ready for attack without castling himself. Only in a later stage he put his king into safety. And somehow there were too many weaknesses and dangers in the Black camp. And Tari somehow got lost there. And we shouldn't forget, of course, that Fabi is one of the top players in the world and the most experienced. So once you give a chance to a player like Fabiano, he's most likely not going to let it go.
Yeah, Fabiano, 2 classical wins in the tournament, 1 Armageddon win as well. He is the breakout leader after round 3 of Norway Chess, and we see the players still analysing. Let's jump in to show the closing stages of that game and maybe a couple of the highlights on how Fabi closed out that victory. It was in this position that we left it a bit earlier. We saw the kind of imbalance of queen for rooks a bit later on, but let's see how we got there. Queen to e7.
I think it's very important to mark this point because we wanted to take on d5, and sometimes it's better just to keep the tension and attack the pawn, right, than to take it. And queen e2 was an interesting point here, that it's not even that he wants to take it, he doesn't want to attack it. He just comes back and has a completely other mentality to convert the advantage.
Yeah, you're completely right there, Judith. Beautiful control, no rush. The idea is maybe in this variation, kind of coming from this angle at least, against the Black King in some circumstances. Black retreated. We see here from the graphic a double question mark move. This potentially the game-changing blunder, but it was already difficult for Black. From human terms, maybe impossible to defend. The Black King simply too much of a target. Knight takes d5, simply winning a pawn. If the queen had dropped down to e4, then this check would have been blocked by f3. Instead, Arian gave his best shot, queen e6, e4, and after the rook slid across, utilizing the pin on the e-file, White simply played rook e1, queen c8, and this was the moment the imbalance began. E takes f5, and maybe the detail that was missed by Arian, instead of rook takes e2, recovering the material, White first flicked in the devastating f6 check, and Zwischenzug, an intermezzo there, intermediate move, and we saw this position, and Judith spotted a beautiful win in this position after queen f5. Rook h1 would have ended the game on the spot. This checkmate is almost unstoppable. You can even afford to give up the knight for free. White just blocks. If the Black King tries to cover h8, this would have ended in checkmate as well. Instead, Fabi found an equally efficient way. Pawn to c4, defending the knight, threatening rook to h1. And after knight to e5, he simply doubled up. One of the rooks is breaking through now to e8 to mate the Black King. One last check, and White's king safe. The Black Knight falling, and checkmate imminent. Beautiful and brutal finish.
Really impressive game from Fabi. He seems to be on fire, really on form. And I'm just saying that from all of his games, right? I mean, yesterday we saw him in the classical game get the upper hand over Anish. And then in the Armageddon, he just... I know it's like a running joke, but it really did feel like he got his preparation in, knew exactly what to do to neutralize White, and won. It felt very smoothly.
Yeah, so far he's playing in incredible stability. That's very clear. And so far, so great for him. But something strange happening.
Yeah, should we dive immediately?
Something crazy tactics are going on with Nadir back up to Saturov.
Yeah, the remaining game is a corker and it's a stunner. We jumped in at the right moment, and we earlier talked about how Firouzja was turning things around. He'd exploded things open only in black's favour, partly because of those stranded white knight on a4, and look at this, double exclamation point there, and he's just given up the black queen. This is beautiful, Judith.
Beautiful checkmate pattern.
Genius.
Wow. Let's show this on the board. We have to show what's just happened. Knight takes f2. The black queen can simply be captured, but this would end immediately in checkmate. I don't know if I've seen this pattern before happen in a game. Rook takes queen in this position would allow the beautiful knight to h1.
h3.
Oh,
h3.
Knight to h3 even.
Oh.
Whoops.
h3.
What am I talking about? Knight to h3. Even better. And checkmate next move. Wow. Queen f2. You can just take this piece and you're trapped. Whew, beautiful stuff. Let's just recap maybe the last few moves. In this position, we saw just a few moves back. It was still crazy. Rook takes f5, queen takes queen takes e3, queen d7, and it was here that blunder did occur, missing this beautiful tactic, rook c to d1 from Abdusattorov in a defensible position.
Ooh.
Missing knight takes f2, the killer blow. This is just game over. Nothing to do. You can trade rooks, but black will just take back and...
Well, he has to sacrifice the queen, right? Queen f2.
Yeah. Queen takes f2, the only way to keep the game fighting, but black will be up material.
And he will keep on fighting.
Yeah.
And that will be quite a long game still, I believe.
For a while, but yeah, decisive material advantage for black. Let's just put that one on the board, and rook and knight versus queen. Unfortunately, black has a majority on the king side, and this knight so far offside. Looks like, yeah, Firouzja has woken up after day one, after struggling on the board on the clock in the first game of the tournament against Gukesh. 2 classical wins in a row, potentially.
Wow. I have to say, beautiful game by Alireza Firouzja. You know, he knew when to initiate all the action, and I'm just impressed by how he's handled this. And, yep, the position that you have on the board. Oh no, it's going to happen. I mean, it's the only way to stay alive. And there we can see from the looks on Nordibek's face, he knows it. He is in big, big trouble. And Alireza getting ready to pounce and win his second classical game. And meanwhile, we are joined in the studio by a very special guest, Fabiano Caruana, who just played a very impressive game against Ariantari. Are you also enjoying Alireza's play there?
Yeah, I didn't really see most of the game, but the final attack is really beautiful. So yeah, I mean, after a tough start, he's really recovering very well.
Mm-hmm. And talk us through your game today. You're making the games look easy.
Yeah, it was... Well, I played an ambitious line. Basically, c takes d5, is just an attempt to keep the game going as long as possible, and it avoids this Tarish line that Anish played today, which is basically killing chess. So the only way to avoid it is you take on d5, and you get an equal position, but one which you can play for a very long time. And he wasn't super familiar with it. It's actually Magnus's one of Magnus's pet lines. He played it even here a few years ago against Levon Aronian. And it was sort of his idea that you play queen c2, and then you trade light square bishops. It looks like black is achieving everything that he wants. But there are still some problems, and I have this kind of... Because my king is in the center, I have the possibility to push the h-pawn. And yeah, he wasn't familiar with it. He didn't play very well. I think with knight a6, c5, it feels like the wrong direction. And it was just a very, very pleasant, safe position. I never had any risk. It was just a question of if he's going to equalize or if I can actually prove an advantage.
Mm-hmm. And did you ever feel like your advantage was slipping away in the game, or was it complete control?
I wasn't sure. I thought I might not be playing super accurately because there were many moments when I could play this king f1, g3, king g2, or I could play a3 or dc5 or force things. But I didn't see clearly if forcing things would lead to an advantage. And the one moment I was really not sure about was when he played rook e5. I played this knight d2 move. I was really tempted by other options, especially one which was really beautiful, and I really wanted to make it work, but it took every every bit of my self-control not to play it. It was the move e4 after rook e5, and I thought maybe this is just winning on the spot, but
yeah, we'll bring it up, and yeah. Yeah, no. So e5, and what made you not choose that move?
It was really, really sharp, and it just. Oh no, it was before this. So this moment the game was already over, I thought. But after rook e5, I had a very, very big choice, and I played. Yeah, like okay, knight d2. It's probably a safe option, but e4 is very tempting. It looks like it can't possibly work. But then it looked like it's working. But then I saw he has d takes e4, knight takes e4, and rook takes e4.
Mm-hmm.
And I think rook takes e4 is the only move. Knight c6 and queen e8. And it's very important that after I play rook h7, king h7, queen f6, he has rook e1. And he saves the game like this.
Wow.
I don't see any other way for him to defend against rook h1. Rook takes e1 and queen c6. Maybe queen e1 is also a draw, but queen c6 is... although actually, queen c6, maybe the rook endgame is not super pleasant. I don't know. But queen e1 as well. And so I was really tempted to play as e4, and then I restrained myself. I played knight e2, and it worked out.
Yeah. Impressive piece of calculation there, Fabi. But yeah, so...
There was a later stage when I was wondering, or we were discussing, you regrouped your knight to f4, and when you did not capture the pawn on d5, but you went queen e2. What was the thought behind it? That you wanted to torture him longer?
Well, the first thing I looked at was rook d5, but then I didn't want to play an endgame because I thought it could be rather like rook d5, queen d5. I didn't want to go for, and rook d5, knight d5. I thought he has knight d5, and
queen d1.
Yeah, I just didn't. I saw this and I thought maybe his rook goes to c4 and
too active.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure about this. Although I do have this threat of f4, I didn't actually realize. So maybe it's very strong. And so. Yeah, maybe this was good, but I thought queen e2, like I didn't see a move for him. Because I'm going to the b2 square, and I'm going to maybe play c4, and it's kind of trying to maximize the position, I guess, not even being satisfied with just a pawn. And I was expecting rook h8 here, because I thought, I also have this idea of rook h4 and rook h1, and if I double my rooks at any point, he just gets checkmated. So whenever I play rook h4, he'll have to play rook h8. But I thought if rook h8 I play queen b2, I'll collect some pawns. Like he's not going to keep his d pawn. Yeah, queen b2 and.
So you believe that you will be able to capture it in a much better circumstances.
That's what I thought. It could have been a mistake, but that was my feeling.
And were you? Because that obviously took some willpower actually not to accept that pawn. Were you quite proud of your decision to resist the lure of material?
No, I don't know what it is, but I never want to take... Whenever there's a pawn, I feel like it's a trap. I feel like I shouldn't be capturing this free pawn. So my first instinct was actually either queen e2 or rook h4. Like these are the first two moves that felt right. Like something... For some reason, I didn't want to take on d5. Maybe it's also...
You're also a believer of a threat is more painful or dangerous than the execution?
I think that's usually the case, yeah. And especially, like I had this feeling that the rook on f5, it's just so awkwardly placed. It feels like I might be able to actually win more material than just the d pawn.
Yeah.
And towards the end, we were seeing when you played c4. Were you not considering to win with rook h1?
Rook h1, yeah. No, but I thought, okay, rook h1, I'll be an exchange up, and
it's not enough.
He'll play on for a few more moves. Okay, c4 is just checkmate. So.
The practical way of winning, right?
It was 50-50. I was also I was thinking, okay, rook h1 is kind of the professional way, let's say, but c4 felt like the right way.
c4 is saving energy, right?
Well, I think he would resign anyway after rook h1 because it's really, I mean, it's not an exchange up where you can really play on too much, but But yeah, everything wins here, it feels like.
And Fabi, you've had a great start to the tournament. You know, you beat Magnus Carlsen in a classical game. Yesterday, you beat Anish Giri in a wonderful Armageddon game. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, what is your routine?
I'm not doing anything special. But I actually quite like the late games. It feels like it gives you a more relaxed morning. I play a lot of events, especially in like St. Louis, where the games start very often at 1 o'clock, and it just feels like a rush to get to the game, to prep. You know, you have to, let's say, prepare for Wesley and try to find something to do against the Berlin or whatever Wesley's playing, and you have like an hour to do so. Here it's relaxed. You can take your time thinking about what you want to play. I also like that even if it's a draw, it doesn't feel like a disappointing day because you still have something to play for. While very often there's this anti-climax if you're making a short draw or an uneventful draw and you feel like, okay, I just wasted the whole day. But I quite like the Armageddon format. Although I like to watch the Armageddon, other Armageddons too. It's like some extra entertainment during the round.
It certainly is. And we're going to go back to the Nordibek Abdustorov Alireza Firouzja game. Is there any hope for Nordibek in this position?
I guess some. So where's he? So he'll take on b3. I don't know if he'll be. I mean, Queen c2, Rook e2. I don't see that how Black can get more than just taking on b3. And I guess White puts the knight on f3, or where are you putting it on f2 maybe? You can put it e3, d1, f2, but Black's pawns will start to run. Not too much hope, especially with the time control.
And what do you think of the time control, actually, with no increment? And when you do get increment, it's often be 40, and then it's only 10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah. It's pretty brutal. You don't want to get into time trouble. I think we played with the same time control in 2019, and I was playing against Ding, and I got a bad position out of the opening. And at some point, I'm like close to defending, but I have to play a long endgame with 10 seconds. And he has all the time in the world. I have 10 seconds for the rest of the game. I mean, every move I can only think for 10 seconds. And it was an impossible task. At some point I made a mistake, even though objectively I had a draw at some moment. So if you get into time trouble, especially in a bad position, it's just brutal.
Totally brutal. But are you in favor in general of this no increment?
Well, there should be some increment. I don't think that game should end in, let's say, dead drawn positions with someone flagging. Maybe in Blitz you can have that, but in a classical game you don't want to see rook against rook and someone flags. It just doesn't feel like a fair end to the game. So 10 seconds is basically bare minimum, I think. I think this is pretty much the fastest control that, let's say, unless you want to play some kind of mix between rapid and classical, like let's say an hour-long game or a 45-minute game. But this is a really, really fast time control.
Yeah.
Don't you get confused that in the first 40 moves you don't get any bonus time and it starts from move 41?
Yeah, I'm kind of used to it. I mean, we play with all sorts of time controls all the time. There's no like uniform time control. Even in like official FIDE events, which I always thought was strange that they don't have, let's say, one uniform time control. It's always changing from event to event. Even in like the World Championship cycle, sometimes it changes within the cycle, which is very strange. So I have a lot of experience with different time controls, with no increment before move 40, with no increment even at all. I think you sort of know what you have to do, like what you have to avoid, let's say, and here getting into time trouble is something that you should generally avoid.
Is it something that you prepare specifically to train your mindset, how to switch from one tournament to another for different time controls?
I don't know if there is a way to prepare. Like, you get into a groove of it during the event, but like, you're not going to play training games of 2 hour long training games.
No, but I thought that before the tournament you make a strategy. That in the opening you make your moves in a certain amount of time. You force yourself to make decisions in certain moments. If you go down to 10 minutes, then you go for the safer direction or things like that.
I think definitely in terms of opening choices. Like, you're searching for openings where you're not going to where you don't have to make decisions that will drain all your time, or where the cost of a mistake isn't so high that if you, let's say, are in a bit of a time rush, that you can't afford to make a single mistake. So definitely opening choices. Like today's opening, I played one where you can kind of go on autopilot a little bit, especially if you know some of the plans. You're like, I know that my first few decisions in the game aren't going to be super high responsibility, let's say. Like the days that you probably remember well, where like the Knight Orf with Bishop e3, e6, g4. I don't think those openings are going to be played in this tournament. Like I think we see a bit more pragmatic chess, and especially with opening choices here.
And what about the Armageddon? We see that some players are playing very fast. Let's say, for example, Anish against you yesterday, he was just flashing out, and you had the feeling that he really is in the mood to play like if it would be a 3-minute game, like the first day the Blitz tournament. And like after making a lot of moves and maybe get in trouble, or at some point, I have the feeling that he should have been thinking earlier maybe before making some decisions. How difficult it is to switch. What is the best thing? Because it's only 15 minutes for the players, right? So how difficult it is to really switch and get into the new mindset, depending whether you play with white and you have a must-win situation with 10 minutes versus 7 minutes and you're black.
Yeah, I think the Armageddon time management is so difficult. And I feel like I've gotten a bit, like, with some experience, especially in the Champions Chess Tour. I constantly playing Armageddon. With some experience, I've started to kind of get a better feeling of where, like, you need to take your time. Although I remember I was playing the final in the Champions Tour against Hikaru, and in the final Armageddon game. So whoever wins this is going to win that leg of the tour. And I got a winning position, and I was up time as well. And when I look back on it, I ended up losing the game. When I look back on it, like the critical moment where I decided to not take time, I'm like, this is so obvious that this is the moment when you take time. But when you're in the heat of it, you don't realize. Or maybe this is the skill that you need, like to realize it might almost be like a subconscious thing, like a feeling of where you need to think. So sometimes you fail. Just see that I got distracted because it says that this King F6 is a mistake.
I think it's just a missed opportunity, but not necessarily a mistake. Maybe there was a more direct win, maybe G4. There's no need to rush, right?
Can white play G4?
Ooh.
Well, after G4, F4 is a dead draw, right?
Rook E2 and wait.
There is not enough space. But maybe to take on G4 and Queen B4, and somehow the G4 pawn is going to be vulnerable?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because we have maybe some counterplay, right? Against, like, Rook H1?
Counterplay? What are you playing for? King G7 back?
Yeah, I guess I have to wait with Rook G1. Can you break this down? Queen on F4 and then H5 at some moment, but...
Yeah, I think somehow it will be tied up. But maybe I would give check first, sorry. I give Queen B2 check first instead of Queen B4.
But then King G3, Queen B4.
Queen F4. King B4.
Queen B4.
So you go Rook G1, right?
Yeah, like, it is close to, like, Rook F1. It could almost be close if I get, like, Knight on H2, Rook F3.
And just in the meantime, there's a quick question from chat. It says, Fabi, who are you looking forward to playing the most in the rest of the tournament?
You
got Magnus out of the way?
Maybe Alireza. I mean,
Alireza.
He's always very interesting to play against. He's one of the most combative players. I mean, you always see he's going forward against anyone with both colors. He plays a very specific brand of chess, and also he's if he wins this, let's say, then he's doing very well in the tournament. So he'll definitely be one to look out for.
Mm-hmm. And is there any chess style that you dread facing? Or is that too personal?
The chess style where they play really good moves for a long time.
That's a good answer.
G4 is on the board, by the way.
And we have another question from chat. It said, what was your favorite video game growing up?
I don't know my favorite, but I remember my first video game was Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker.
Ooh, it's
That
just
was-
been released.
Yeah, there's a new Zelda game,
Yeah.
right? For my nephew, I for Christmas I bought him the previous Zelda game. What was it? I forget the name of it. And
I don't know.
I mean, always a fan of Zelda, but I don't know. I wouldn't say maybe like Ratchet and Clank. I played those games. Those were some of my favorites when I was a kid.
Not Super Mario.
Yeah, some of the games I enjoyed. I mean, it's like side scrollers were not, let's say, my favorite type of game, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's a classic, right?
And the Queen gives a check. Now, I have to confess, I actually didn't play any video games. I just played chess, and I think the only thing I had was like Chess Master
2000.
Yeah. And I thought that was so cool. Yeah.
Do you think Abdusattorov can save the game with 56 seconds on the clock and this position?
Probably not. Maybe Black doesn't even take on G4.
Yeah, maybe now Queen F4?
Also, H5 is really tempting, right?
I thought Queen F4 and after that.
And then H5, yeah, also. Yeah, it feels like this is falling apart.
But how does Black specifically break down White's defenses? Because, you know...
Maybe Queen F4, GF5 looks like the move, and then H5. And how is White...
But there maybe Rook E6 check, King F5.
Oh, Rook
E8.
E5. Oh, I thought Rook E5, yeah.
Rook E5.
Wait, did he play H5? Or no, this is the... Okay. Yeah, this would be a beautiful trick. Maybe Rook E8 as well is also holding it there.
Yeah, because somehow the knight is holding it so well, controls all the important squares.
Actually, the queen on F4... Okay, why don't we try H5 immediately? Let's see. I mean, it might just win by force, right?
G takes F5?
Yeah, G4, so you have to take a knight to
Rook E6.
Oh!
No, but can you not do the same trick again? Oh.
Okay, so H5, great move by me.
You can go Queen C5.
Yeah. That's still an option. Maybe there's something really clinical here. Wait, what if Queen C5 check? Where are you hiding?
G2?
But Queen C2? How you have nowhere to go. You have to go to F1. It's very, very sad.
Oh, then takes and Queen C4. You grab the
Yeah. So actually, after Queen C5, do you have any move not to resign? Like King G3 maybe?
King G3. But you know, after King G3, H5 can be now the move. Or Queen F2, GF, H5.
You could also Queen C7, Queen C2. I think that you have an abundance of choice here.
Yeah.
And what pitfalls are there for Black? Like, for instance, people might be saying, well, you could... Well, we showed one. And what about taking?
Oh, yeah, this is very good also. Because Rook G1, H5 is...
But what do you mean? H5 takes, G4, Rook G3?
And King E7? Oh, yeah, somewhere.
And then a great Queen against Rook.
But Queen against Rook is hopeless. I was always amazed when people like somehow survive Queen against Rook. I was like, it feels like I would be tempted to resign at the very beginning. But there have been some cases where people survived, like Gelfensfiedler, was this?
Yes.
This was a game, yeah.
But I've been told that it's actually not that easy, Queen against Rook, if you hold the third row.
Yeah.
And if you play it against the computer, you have the Queen, like more often than not, it will draw against you.
I learned it once.
It's actually very tough, yeah.
Yeah.
Against a computer, but we're not computers.
And I have an interesting stat for you all. So if Firouzja converts this position against Abdusattorov, his 2023 performance of just 12 games will be 28-06 with 9 decisive games and just 3 draws. Very impressive, right?
That's a good performance.
Yeah.
King G2.
King G2? Oh, that's tricky.
H4, King F2.
But, okay, he played it, yeah? But wait, is HG...
But after HG, knight.
You're putting it on E1 or
H2.
But H2 and G3?
Knight F3, G4.
Knight is getting kicked around.
I mean, the knight is a pretty sad horse.
So if knight E1?
Queen E3.
Rook F1.
Yeah, then Queen H3 followed by G3. And Knight F3,
And
G4.
G2.
Or
G2.
yeah, or G4, G2. Yeah.
And Abdustarov, not much time left. You think it's time to extend the hand?
But now the
and
question is
design?
whether should he play H4 or grab the pawn? This is what he's hesitating.
I think, yeah, grabbing that's practical.
And grabbed it.
And Queen E3. That feels like...
So Queen E3, King F1?
Can you go G3 and
Rook G2?
And then just bring King in?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to... Knight on E1.
Rook E2.
Yeah.
Wriggling.
I mean, you probably have to, but... Wait, can you... G3 immediately is not as good, right? Because Rook F1, Queen H4, Knight F3.
That's maybe even saving.
Yeah, that's already a big mistake.
Maybe Queen E4 check.
After King F1, does it change things?
Ah, no. So if Queen E3, Rook F1.
No, Rook F1,
No,
Queen H3.
no, what did we say?
King F1.
Rook Queen E3, King F1, yeah.
But I think G3, Rook G2, and bringing the king up.
I'm sorry. I was laughing at that chat.
No, but this was when I was doing commentary with Danny and Robert in 2021. This was the at some point Danny wanted to do a skit. We didn't have time for it because the match ended prematurely. But the skit was that I was being held hostage, and I finally escape. And have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
No, but David has, yeah.
The final, and finally I crawl through. They were somehow going to set this up. I don't know how, but I crawl through something and then I like emerge on the other side. Like I finally won my freedom. This was the idea. It never actually happened.
But now Queen E2 and it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen E2 is resigned.
Also,
every hostages can go
you can
home.
play Queen F2 as well.
Oh.
Yeah, Queen F2 is stylish.
But Rook H1. And then what? I wanted Queen E2 and Rook H1.
But with the Queen on F2, you can play G4 and G2. And then you win the rook in the end as well.
True.
Mm-hmm. So it helps doing tactics for breakfast. Not lunch, not dinner. And,
there we go.
There we go. And there we have a result. Alireza playing a magnificent game to win with the black pieces in the classical portion against Nordebek Abdustarov, and thus walking away with 3 points. Oh, it's been a remarkable day. And Fabi, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary booth.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for all your insights, and keep on playing amazing chess.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And, well, that means we have to look at today's scores. What a day of chess. For Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, it was a short battle, but it was Magnus Carlsen that walked away with that extra half point in the Armageddon game. And some decisive victories in the classical games for Alireza Firouzja, who just defeated Nordebek Abdustarov, and also Fabiano Caruana, who played a very impressive game to overwhelm Ariane Tari. What results really make an impression on you, Judith?
Ooh. There were so many things happening today also. I mean, Mamedyarov's playoff, it was a disappointment for Mamedyarov. I mean, he had such a beautiful game after an opening. But Gukesh was strong and he was hanging on and made some very tough moves. And well, which game? I mean, Fabi made a very beautiful game. He was very convincing and very nicely developed his advantage and went through a real professional job.
And for you, David?
Yeah, I mean, Fabi stood out. I've got to say, Alireza, just how he worked his magic to strike with black, to create something out of nothing, and then to finish it off in real style there. Yeah, just extremely impressive. We were treated, though. We started off on such a high note with that King's Gambit in the Armageddon between Hikaru and Magnus. It feels like days ago at this point, but that was the game that really kind of lit the fire for today. And so many more decisive results. The format keeps paying off.
I know, it does. And let's take a look at the standings after all that action on the board. And in the early lead is Fabiano Caruana with a magnificent 7.5 points out of 9. Second place, Alireza Firouzja with 2 classical wins in a row. Then we have Hikaru Nakamura on 5 points. And still in the bottom half, we have Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, 3.5 points and 3 points. So they will need to be winning some classical games. Ooh, let's take a look at Saturday's matchups, because as always we are in for a treat. And headlining there, Gukesh against Magnus Carlsen. What other matches are you looking forward to?
Well, that's definitely one of the most interesting match, and what I'm definitely looking forward. But let's say Alireza Fabiano, I will be also something to watch out for.
Yeah, and for you, David?
Yeah, you stole it from me, Judith.
Sorry.
They are the 2 leaders at the moment. Firouzja and Caruana both have won 2 classical games. Impressive stuff from both of them. But yeah, I'm also interested to see how all the players bounce back after the rest day, because they have to keep their form going, keep their momentum going, and yeah, keep entertaining us, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. And what have been your impressions of the tournament so far?
I didn't know, and I didn't expect that it will be so good to watch, to be with you guys, and we are really making this analysis and fun. It's really entertaining, I believe. And it is very interesting for me to see the characters, the players, how they are dealing with the problems, with the challenges, with losses. To see Magnus coming back, and today he had already a good mood in the studio, so he visited. To see Fabi, how from round to round he's developing, and he's so calm. And to see the players also in the hotel. So it is something very interesting how the tournament is developing.
And for you, David?
Yeah, it's lived up to expectations, the tournament. I had high expectations beforehand. Seeing such a kind of eclectic field, seeing such kind of exciting players invited to the tournament. Of course, the format helps with that. For me, it's all about the rest day. As a player, I used to hate it. As a commentator, I'm grateful. But I'm also looking forward to getting back and yeah, seeing more fighting chess. I think that's guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, I think you summed it up beautifully there, David. I mean, I think the play has been wonderful, a lot of attacking chess. And as the sun sets on another remarkable day at Norway, well, we're going to say goodbye and see you not tomorrow, because we are taking a rest, as are the players. But we will see you on Saturday. It will be the same time, 5 p.m. Central European time. And of course, thank you all for watching, and I'm going to wish you goodbye.